Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
First order of business, as usual, is to approve the minutes from last week, as I was not here.
That's so low, Mr. Chairman.
Don's moved,
All second.
Tim seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'll abstain, and Jesse will as well, as neither are here, so a motion will pass 3-0. So we have a hand-delivered motion for, move to reappoint Johnny Redding Jr. Does everybody have that one?
Yeah, I see somewhere.
I'm just gonna go ahead and get it out of the way first. Move to reappoint Johnny Redding Jr. as a member of the Coffee County Fire Board to a 3-year term effective January 1st, 2022 and ending December 31st, 2024.
It says District 5, probably the motion should specify for District 5, because fire districts are, District 5, one district on this map, has to be for that.
Yes, I said District 5.
Oh, okay. I move.
Okay, Bob moved,
All second.
Tim seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. We have one move to send the motion dated November 29th, 2021, meets move to authorize the Director Chairman to sign resolution number 877, an organization resolution, an agreement for credit card program for the Board of Coffee County Commissioners, seconded by Johnson. Motion carried.
Also move.
Why are we rescinding it?
There was a, somewhere in our charts of resolutions, the numbers were,
Wrong.
2 resolutions didn't get put in, and therefore, when I went to go look, that was the next number
Okay, so
available.
it's 879
We're
instead of
just correcting
870.
a number, yeah.
All right, so this, just to correct
Just
the
a
resolution.
simple clarification.
Yes.
Okay. So Don's moved,
All second.
Tim seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. So, move to authorize the Director Chairman to sign resolution number 879, an organization resolution agreement for the credit card program for the Board of Coffee County Commissioners.
I'll make the motion.
Tim's moved,
Second.
Jesse seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign the Coffee County payroll notice for Casey
Casey Perez, yes.
Perez, new hire, clerk's office, tax levy clerk, classification 35J, wage 19.
It should be 35F.
Yes, it was a
Should be
typo on my
35.
part.
Okay.
When they look down, they moved over. That's all.
Okay. Classification 35F, wage 1947, effective 12/31/21.
At 12/13, yeah.
12/13/21, sorry.
I was gonna say, wait, she's there today.
I was dyslexic on the 13th,
That's okay.
so sorry about that.
I'll move.
Jesse's moved.
All
Todd seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
No, it doesn't make any difference, it's not for discussion. Do you have many applications, Angie?
Yeah.
Did you have quite a few?
Mhm. You have to
Yeah.
go through a process of interviewing.
sorry?
I said you go through a process of interviewing and eliminate, or,
I didn't know whether you had 3 or 4 applications or 8 or 10.
oh no, we had a bunch.
Really? Good. It's good.
It's good there's still people out there looking.
Yep.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Move to authorize the Director Chairman to sign 5 tax abatements in the total amount of $4,031.66. I believe Dawn has a question on one of them.
I was gonna follow up last week after I seen this on my phone and didn't do that. The second one is a one for $2,602.54. correct ownership, the property sold in 12/1/20. The deed was not recorded until 12/7/21. So I can understand it being discounted for the original owner. Does the other owner have to pick that difference, pick that up? Or do we need to ask,
You'll need to talk to the appraiser.
have to talk to the treasurer on that?
Appraiser,
Or, I should have said appraiser.
yeah.
I'd like to get some clarification on that, but I know Bob's been there longer than I have. You know how they handle that, Bob?
No, this really doesn't have anything to do with the new owner. This is.
I realize that,
probably
but
the old owner.
I fully realize that, but does the county just totally wipe that $2,600 off?
I don't know. They'll have to deal with the new owner on that. I don't have any idea.
Yeah.
Have to talk to the appraiser.
Okay, I can understand where this needs to be done, but I wanna follow up and see what happens with the new owner.
Okay,
There'd be no problem of going ahead and,
well, we can,
or we can table it till we talk with,
up to you.
yeah. I have no problem going ahead, you know, because it's probably, like Bob said, you know, the new owner sold it, or the old owner sold it, just wasn't recorded. My question is that just a write-off, or the new owner?
I do know from buying properties that they do a, you know, depending on what time, yeah, they prorate your
Prorate,
taxes,
yeah.
so that probably has something to do with it, that would be my guess, so.
And I can check with Connie while you're in a meeting.
Yeah.
You wanna table this, Phil?
Let's just table it until we get a response, or
That'd be
get
fine,
an
that'd be fine.
I should have already asked that, 'cause we've had some others with a little bit of profit value to it, and I just overlooked asking the question.
So on the very back after that, do you wish me to read this letter?
Letter.
This,
For the chamber box.
this for the chamber vote? Okay. All right, so. I guess this is new on me. You want me to read this aloud?
It's the letter that's gonna go out.
Is this the letter that's gonna go out? Okay, so everybody has a
Standard.
chance to read this letter.
It's just tied to the chamber, or to the chamber bucks that we awarded
Right.
last week, the $20.
Yeah.
Does that need to
You
be
need to do a motion.
a motion to approve the
To
chamber?
authorize and direct, or well, no, it's not just the chairman, so.
No, it's all of us.
So that motion was actually
That
made.
motion was last week. We'd already moved
Oh,
to,
you did? Okay.
yeah, we moved on. Denise was, yeah, it's in the minutes, so we've
Okay.
already,
So you just need to
we've
sign
already
it and go
took
on.
action on it
Sign
last
it and
week.
move on, okay. You have a copy for everyone to sign, right? Pull this
If you
one.
wanna use that one.
I'll just use this one. I'll pass it on. Well, that takes us through all of that. Lindsay. Morning.
Sorry, Rhonda was supposed to be here, but physical therapy on her knees this morning, so this is what I'm gonna be asking about.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. The old Mexican restaurant, correct. So, I'm here to ask to waive the landfill fees to get that torn down. The owner has gone through, the state to make sure that everything is in his name, because it was in the paper that there was gonna be a tax sale on that. But I know we generally don't do businesses. However, there is going to be a prospective business coming in, and they would like that torn down, and so he came to us asking if we would help him out.
I myself don't have a problem with,
And we
I'm
have in
familiar
the past.
with this building, and I know it's a business, but, it's kinda like a lot of things around here, I think it's outlived its time.
Yeah, he was supposed to get us pictures of the inside, but he hadn't. He's a very busy man, but it's gotten to the point where it's just unable to put a new business in. He said his quote was, "I slapped some paint on a pig, or lipstick on a pig when I put the paint on it," but it's just not something that a new business can go into. And we have in the past taken down the old Pizza Hut for Lewis's. We took down some house for cooks in the past for their property. So we've done it, it's just kind of rare that we come to you and ask that, but.
Again, I myself, knowing that something's going back there, don't
Yeah.
have an issue with it.
He said that there's a deal ready that has been made with the city is aware of it, but he wasn't sure what legally he could tell us. But there's a deal ready to go for a new business to go in there, so.
So that's a done deal,
According to him, yes.
supposedly.
Yes, correct, supposedly. I don't know
I
all of
haven't been
it.
in a building for probably several years, 5, 6 years. Last time I was in the building, when there's businesses there, I thought it was a, pretty decent building on the inside.
Yeah,
The framework is, I mean, I've had a conversation with the gentleman, the framework is not horrible, it's just the amount of upgrades it would
you
take
have
on the
the slope
inside would
and the
be.
inside, yeah.
I mean, it's, there's a lot of work yet
If
to
that's
be
the
done.
motion, I'll second it.
Okay.
I'll make the motion then.
I'll second it.
Since we've done it in the past,
Oh, sure, sorry.
Any further
Thank
discussion?
you. You're welcome.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Awesome, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
You're welcome, have a great day.
Karen?
Good
Morning.
morning again.
Morning, Karen.
I've handed out the estimate again for the Waverly Senior Center flooring. Last week, Cheryl Plank, the secretary at the senior center, put on Facebook 3 different accounts wanting bids for somebody to come in and at least give us an estimate for somebody else's opinion about what the work would cost with all that was involved on it. And she posted to Facebook 66871, Coffee County Sell and Buy, and Kansas Sell and Buy. And she had no response back from any of the contractors who would even be interested in doing the work. So we're back again to the contractor from up at Quinamo wanting to do the work for the $19,225.
Karen, I did see it on Facebook on one of them.
I'm not sure that Facebook is really the only way to
Ask for bids.
ask for bids. I mean, I would never see it on Facebook. I don't do Facebook, and so I'm sure there's others who don't, but I don't really want to keep putting it off, but I don't know did he come back and say he would still do it?
As far as I haven't heard any different.
I've never been in the senior center there at Waverly, and we've helped a lot of other senior centers out in communities, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, Tim, but for what you know about the building, the work that's being proposed, the work that's been projected, it has to be done to get it up to where it's safe, and the word safe is big.
Right.
Is the value somewhere what you'd expect?
Yes, it is. It's in the ballpark for everything I've seen. And, being in it and walking around, it's definitely, where you get a rise so quick coming from the floor up like it has, it needs repaired. But to me, that is well in the ballpark for what they'll be doing. But that's just my judgment.
Well, with your knowledge of pricing and materials and so on and so forth, we all know what labor is.
Yeah.
It's not,
The cost
$20,000 doesn't go anywhere anymore.
And I fully understand maybe Facebook pages,
Yeah.
I'm not on Facebook either. It may not be quite the right place to get bids, but if you are not ordinarily in seeking bids for projects like this, where does Waverly even go to seek those bids? So, we put it off now 2 or 3 weeks. and I think it needs to really be done. I would so move to go ahead and proceed and accept the bid of Z Home Restoration to remodel the community building and for the senior center in Whaley for $19,225.
Awesome.
I'll make the second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
that.
Christina, whenever you're ready.
You can have it though. Sorry.
I think we're still gonna do that.
This is the same document that I showed you last time I was here, but just wanted to get it in front of you again for reference.
Thank you.
I'm back to talk about the payroll and the payroll change, and I know, most of us were on board that it needs to happen. It's how it should happen. So after getting feedback, from the commissioners, I went back and thought through different options, and bottom line, I came up with the option that it's not in the best interest of the county to give them the money and take it back through deduction. It will be a nightmare, not only administratively, but also it'll be a burden to the respective employees. So I did speak with Angie, and we came up with a plan that I think will be beneficial to both parties. In many years, the county does do a cost of living increase, and these 9 days that we would be giving to them in advance in order for this transition would be a part of that cost of living increase. So that is my proposal to the commissioners.
So do it once instead of a percentage.
It will be a percentage still,
Right.
but that it will be calculated that out of those 9 days over that whole year, that's what would, basically, we would do.
And we would have to go back, can I?
Yes, you may.
We would have to go, whatever next year you would determine cost of living would be, we'd have to take into account this, and then, so can I just throw out a number, okay, so say you say cost of living next year is, say 2%. Say this is about 1%. So if you were to give the cost of living next year, we would only do 1% because we've done this. And that's really the simplest, the easiest way that we can figure to do this without a huge tax burden,
Tax,
huge.
deduction. And at the end of the day, here's how I feel about it, gentlemen. It's not the employee's fault. For whatever reason, this was a business decision a long time ago, even before any of us in this room were involved, and we just have to fix it. And I don't want to burden the employees with this, particularly when it comes to the deduction side. So,
I can add one more thing. If you guys see this as a problem or anything, I can assure you that you have wasted more money over the years with advancing pay over, I mean, just the 21 years I've been here. There's been a lot more waste than a one-time getting it on track and boom, it's done.
I would agree with that statement wholeheartedly. So, I mean, in that aspect, you're not talking, I mean, it's a lot of money, but it's, in the total scheme of things, it's not. And going back to the cost of living thing makes a lot of sense to me.
Yep.
So.
It's the simplest way we could, I mean, we've gone back and forth and back.
Well, I want it as
Yeah.
simple as I can for your office. It don't need to be a nightmare on you guys and drag you down for a few more days trying to get it back on track.
And like I said, it would be, the perspective comes from, I've done payroll before for 8 years, and I know even the best of circumstances, you know, a lot of folks live paycheck to paycheck. So if we started doing deductions, and it's just not gonna, it's gonna be you're gonna hear about it from the respective employees. And at the end of the day, it is not their fault that this business decision happened a long time ago. So I think that is a compromise.
And when were we giving them the 9 days?
It's gonna be in February. It will be.
It's the shortest month.
Yeah, the shortest, we picked the shortest month.
month.
We were first starting, when Angie and I started talking about this, we were looking at other months. We were thinking about January 1, but it is a shorter month, so some others would be 10 or 11 days.
Yeah.
This would be 9.
What if we give the 9 days in February and then somebody decides to retire in March?
It could happen.
We just gave them 9 extra days.
It could happen.
That can
But-
happen with any of our benefits.
Yeah, I was just say, there's a lot of things that could happen, but I think strategically, that's gonna be minimal. If that were to occur, then boy, God bless them.
Yeah, they're not gonna get far with the 9 days.
Yeah, I'm just
Just a
saying.
thought, if we're gonna give them the 9 days,
Mhm.
why are we worrying about CPI? The only ones we need CPI would be the elected officials.
I apologize, what do you mean, either do the
I mean,
cost
we
of
give them-
living
give them the
or?
9 days and then forget about the cost of living for next year. I would
That's
say-
up to-
I
that's
would say
up-
9 days is gonna be a pretty healthy little check for them.
Well, I know when you come to the point where you looked at the cost of living increase, you gotta look at and see how much that is, to see how much you give them or don't give them.
When you go by, you know, if you look at the Department of Labor,
Mm-hmm,
that's what you guys usually go by.
Mhm.
mm-hmm,
And if it says, and I'm gonna throw another number out just because of the
Mhm.
way this year's been, say it's 3%. Well, this calculated out is about a 1%, you
Mhm.
thought? So
Mhm.
you wouldn't give 3 if you
Only give
decided
2.
you might give
Yeah.
2.
So basically, it's a give and take.
mhm.
We are trying to do it.
So this is only about a 1%.
Correct,
Roughly, yeah.
correct.
How do you figure the 9 days being 1%?
Well,
200 working days in a year, if you're given 9 days, you know, you're at 5%.
we did an average of what it.
You're at 5%.
When her and I were working, we did an average of a middle of the road employee on the chart, and, cause some are gonna be less, some are gonna be more, and that's how we come up with the approximate 1%.
It needs to be fixed, and we gotta find the simplest way to get it fixed to everybody's understanding, the best
Mhm.
way we can, I understand that.
Mm-hmm,
But to be giving them 9 days, you know, to me, it's more than 1%.
Well, and like I said, when you're looking at the chart, not everybody's on the high end.
Yeah.
Not everybody's in the middle, and not everybody's on the low, so we just did an average, and like I
The
said,
higher
you're,
ends are gonna be noticing a little more than,
yeah.
I mean, that's just the way it's gonna be.
It's just the way
Just the way the system is.
not only here, but most every place else too.
Everywhere.
Mhm.
Most every place else, the same thing.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, my quick math, you're not far off on the 1%.
Yeah, it's just a
I
quick-
just took a number is what I did too, and about all you can do, you can.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, there's no guideline, there's no really guidelines that you can go by, it's just all.
I guess it's not so bad when we advance of 9 days knowing we're doing it, because we've been advancing a lot of people's days and
Yeah.
not knowing
I,
that we're doing it.
That's what the state-
that's the
that's
best
what
way
she
to put it,
said,
Bob,
yeah,
is,
yeah.
I mean, I'm just one of these where it's wrong, we need to fix it, and yes, we're gonna have a little ache one more time, but then it's done, and then we're on real time from this point forward, and that will be the best thing for the county.
Yeah,
Think
well,
of all the sick, the vacation, the.
Mm-hmm,
Mhm.
Well, the having to go back and refigure everything, the time in the payroll department
Mhm.
is
Yeah, 'cause every month
astronomical.
we're advancing 10 months, or
Yep.
10 days roughly on most, sometimes 11.
mm-hmm.
that had
The
to
only
be a
question I
nightmare.
would have when we do the CPI, are we gonna have to take each individually and give them to percentage-wise to
Mm-hmm.
make it right?
I mean, we
Yeah.
could try to somehow figure that, I think I could do a
Yeah.
spreadsheet, and we could kinda make that.
Because I don't know, if you take the lowest paid person we have and you give them 9 days,
Mhm.
that might be 4% of their salary.
Mm-hmm.
So if you take the middle person, that's 1%.
Mm-hmm.
The higher person, it's a small percent.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So how you going to, I guess it's a
We
question
can put
how
a
you gonna make.
spreadsheet together
Yeah.
and list each employee, we can
Mm-hmm.
use the spreadsheet you have, and I
I
can.
mean, we can do it, we can do each employee as a one-time if we have to, right?
As a what?
At one time as a CPI if we have to make it
Each
come out right.
individual
Each
employee.
individual.
Yeah, yeah, we can do
We
that.
can do it one time, right?
Yes,
Mhm.
we can do, I can do an Excel spreadsheet.
Because in a sense, if we give 3% to everyone, you'd have to do each employee individually anyway, right?
Right.
Mhm.
Okay.
Good point. My goal today is to get the approval of the commission to go the cost of living route, to go with this time frame to get this done in February because it's the shortest month. And then Angie needs to do some follow-up with specifics of how much it's going to be and how it's going to affect each employee. But when does the cost of living come out with the Department of Labor?
Well,
December?
I think it's already out.
It's already out?
And it's
Okay.
like
Five, right, now it's
5 or 6,
5.9.
yeah,
Okay.
almost 6%, but,
We do it in April. don't
we do it in April. Well, we were
Okay.
gonna go on January 1,
January and then this.
with our new
Yeah,
chart,
with
we're
our
gonna
new-
go,
Yeah.
Okay.
but we may have to, I don't know if we can do it January 1 with doing this.
Yes, I hear ya.
We may have to do it
You have
like
to,
in
this
April,
year, you may have to.
this
delay it.
year, and then
Mhm.
be back on the January 1
Mhm.
going
I'm not too
forward.
sure we had to get this all fixed and then
Yeah.
throw another wrinkle into it.
Yeah.
I think
No,
you've
probably
done-
wait till April and do.
I think you've done a good job of trying to figure out how to do it. If this is what you think is the best and Andy agrees that this is the best, and I'm all for it.
Well, it's been a collaborative process with Angie, but bottom line, after thinking about it, I don't want to affect the employees, bottom line, because it's not their issue.
Well,
And
they
it's,
should understand we're trying to get it fixed and fixed the right
absolutely,
way.
absolutely.
And all the effort is being put forward, not on your part, but Angie's office. And if the software package will handle it, and probably handle it much better than it would in the old system,
Mhm.
or the old process.
And
It just needs to be done.
before this is distributed to leaders and staff, I have to do some changing now based upon the approval of the cost of living. So, and I wasn't planning on getting this out until January. You know, I don't like to put worms in people's heads way in advance. I want to get them informed that it is gonna occur, but they also need to understand that it's a cost of living and some of it's gonna be during this 9 days and then the rest is gonna be throughout the year.
And maybe between now and then, we can
Do the
kind of do
number
a spreadsheet, see what it's looking like,
Yes.
and, you know, if some people aren't going to get a cost of living at
Mhm.
all, or
Mhm.
whatever, we can
Figure it out.
figure it out.
The majority, it will be fine. It's always like with anything, it'll be 25% that will be difficult. We'll deal with that.
And then, I think we talked about the cutoff being, did you put that in there?
Yes,
Yeah.
you did.
So generally, the 15th will be the
Mhm.
cutoff date,
Yes.
and everyone will be paid up and through that date.
Mhm.
And then that'll give us time to process payroll. You'll still sign on the last, or couple days of the month, and then we'll still stay on that schedule.
Okay.
Okay, a motion to approve
happy.
the payroll change?
I'll make the motion.
Jesse seconded. The
How
only-
how are we gonna say that?
Sorry.
Just like you said.
Just a second.
She said a motion to approve the
Approve
payroll.
the payroll change, meaning basically the dates of, we're now going to real-time payroll, so there's date changes, but we're also implementing, you know, the 9 days through the cost of living increase. I don't know how to put that.
Well, I picked one out here at
Okay.
45,219.20.
Gotcha?
The hourly pay is 21.74. 21.74 times 8 times 9 comes up to $1,356. Or no, excuse me. 9 days is $1,565. 3% of that pay is $1,356.
Mhm.
So it's actually, no offense, it just
Mhm.
seems, the 1% seemed kind of light to me, so it's closer to 3%.
Mhm.
Depending on what number you're using now.
Mhm.
True. but I'll punch a couple more, so just, I mean, and I'm not taking anything away or trying to bring it down, just put it, digest it in my own mind of the 1%.
I guess the question is, what about the people we overpay?
That's what I say, if I
How
put
we
the
gonna-
spreadsheet
Just-
together,
Yeah,
then if someone is, say, 3% on a lower wage, then whatever you determine cost of living to be, so say, okay, hypothetically, because we know it's 5.9, so let's just say 6. Say someone's getting 3% because of this 9 days, they won't get 6
Only
if you
get 3.
approved it,
Well,
they'll
let's
get
say, let's say that it's 3% and someone gets 4% because of these 9 days.
You're gonna have to look at it individually.
mhm.
That's what I mean, so are you gonna take it away, how are you gonna take it away from them?
You,
Someone's gonna get a 4% raise and the rest of them are only gonna get 3%.
because you got your 6 you're starting with. You got your 6 you're starting with,
Well, let's
so if
move it
it's
back to realistic 4. 6s, we'd never give a 6, we probably
Well,
won't give a 6. But let's say that it comes up 3%, which is fairly common what we do. But this, and right here, is giving someone 4% raise. How are we going to take that back?
So what I did was, and not to take any, or cut your conversation short, so I went down to one of the lower paid ones at $34,465 at an hourly rate of $16.57, and I just did 3% cost of living raise, come up to $1,193, and the 9 days paid is $1,033. So that 3% across the board is gonna be real close, I think, in my opinion. If you, it's kind of simple math for me anyway.
Take a higher number and do the same
I
thing.
did on 40, I did a 45,219 and did the 3%, and it's real close to the 9 days paid. So I bet if you do a $56,000 one, it'll be, and did 3%, I guarantee it's real close to the 9 days paid. So a mid one and a lower one came out real close to 3%.
Well, I can guarantee you, we're gonna have people out there who's gonna say they got a 3%, I only got a 2.9%.
Well, that could be.
Possible, possible. And no, it's true, Bob, when it comes to pay,
150 employees, you're not
Yeah.
gonna eliminate that.
correct.
You ain't gonna please everybody.
You gotta put this on as much of a level playing field as you possibly can.
Yes,
And hopefully that can be accomplished.
yes. And,
Within 1/10, pretty close.
Because there'll be questions, there's no question.
and we,
Let's see if their work ethics are within 1% or 1/10%.
and we still have some number crunching to
The
do.
motion is just to
Yeah.
change the pay,
Yes,
the
Yes.
pay deal, that's all it is.
yes.
And I'm throwing out the 3% as just conversation, not to.
No,
take away
I
from
agree.
anything.
I wanna hear the conversation, because now we gotta do the back end and do some number crunching. So, but I think we're all in agreement that the pay cycle needs to change.
What needs to be changed?
But we are still gonna have to work on, you know, how to compensate for it, how to pay for it. And the suggestion has been through a cost of living increase that you normally do for your respective staff. So, and I think overall, they'll all be on target. It may be just like what you stated, 3%.
I did the highest one,
Mhm.
and I just went.
Okay,
on
how
that.
are you figuring that? I'm just curious, because I'm running some numbers and I'm still coming up with about a 1.
So what I do is I take the highest one at 56,804 times, or 0.80 times 3%, and you come up, the cost of living raise is 1704, and then I go back and I do $27.31 an hour times 8 hours times 9 days is $1,966.32.
You know, if we do it like we normally have been doing, just the cost of living, instead of 5% or 6, whatever it may be, you got your higher salaries and lower salaries, this is not gonna be any different.
No.
You're doing 3% up front, you do possibly, I'm not gonna put anything down, possibly 2 or 3% later.
Correct.
So I
All
think-
gonna, it's identical to what it would have been, except now we're getting it into the time frame it needs to be.
Yes.
Correct.
I think we
It's
really
not
get
gonna change, it's not gonna change.
crunchy with the number, maybe 3.2% closer, but still, that's a number I just threw out. I was just using 3% as an average to just see how it comes out, and it's close.
See, I've been one that's been involved in I don't like percentages.
Yeah,
I absolutely don't like it.
yeah.
Because you get somebody that's making $20 an hour versus $15 an hour.
Mhm.
That spread gets wider and wider, and after 10 years, it's shocking for how wide it gets.
Mhm.
Quite a bit of difference.
It's a huge difference. I like 30 cents an hour, 50 cents an hour. That way everybody's treated on a fair, level field.
Mhm.
I do that with my guys,
Mhm.
everybody gets the same.
That's the only way I've been, two businesses I've been involved in all my life. And so I never have like percentages,
Yeah,
because that gap gets wider, and to me, that's unfair to the employees.
yeah.
One employee, if he's making $15 an hour, another making 25, the employee's making $15 an hour, he's doing just as quality of work that he's assigned to do compared to someone that's making the higher wage.
Mhm.
Which one's more important?
Mhm.
Neither one, in my view.
Well, our motion is to change the pay period,
Yes.
and there will be some behind-the-scenes work. They may come up with something else before it's done,
Mhm.
but.
Most
so-
basically just
so
approve the
We've got
9
a first,
days.
and-
Mhm.
we've got a motion and a
This is
second.
heading in the right direction.
We're heading in the right direction. We're just gonna need to do some more work on the crunching of numbers.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Do we need to vote?
We got to vote.
Well, yeah, so, I'm
See if
we're just gonna do some verbiage on the motion, I believe, is where we were headed, sorry, Angie, before I started crunching numbers, is that correct?
Move to approve the payroll change to real-time payroll with date changes and 9 days through the cost of living. I don't know how you wanna word that.
I don't know if we want to put that in there.
I don't think we're putting in the
Okay.
cost of living
Yeah, we're not
right
putting
now.
it in, because you guys are gonna crunch.
With
You
date
guys are
change,
gonna figure
okay.
out how to do that.
So just move to approve the payroll change
Mhm.
to real-time with date changes.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
correct,
To advance 9 days.
yeah.
Do we wanna put to advance 9 days?
I don't think you
I
put
don't think
anything in there
you-
yet.
No.
Okay,
I think
Just
one,
change payroll notice.
probably have another one coming up, I would imagine.
okay. Tim's moved,
Jesse seconded.
Jesse seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Christina.
Thank you. We'll be in touch.
Yes.
More number crunching. Fabulous.
Can we go back to the Waverly Senior Center motion? You guys didn't say where you wanted to pay that money from?
No, we did not.
Community improvement,
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
that's why
That's probably where we've always done it.
that's why I like to put a lot of money in community improvement for these projects like this that help the communities.
Okay, do you want general fund community improvement line item, or do you want the community improvement reserve fund?
I'd go with general fund, because we can transfer into this month to it.
That's, you'd be transferring out of general fund to the reserve.
How much, what do we got in general?
In the reserve, you have,
The community.
What do we have in general?
The community improvement reserve, we don't have a general on here.
no, general isn't in the general fund.
Where do you think it ought to come from?
78.
Well, you can
Does it
do
matter?
either, I mean, it just depends if you wanna take it out of the general fund or if you want the reserve. And the reserve, you have 4 million.
I don't care.
Let me see what you have in general.
7.8.
No,
Huh?
generally you have
Fine, yeah.
1.6. It's either that much less I transfer out, or I take it out of
I mean,
the
that's what we put it in there for, is to use it, so,
general, okay.
general.
Do you have a general on that? Community improvement general?
And general, you don't, those are just
No.
reserves.
These are just, okay. That's all.
General's in your report.
I was gonna say, you got the general, but not the community.
Do we know if Whitney's still showing up?
Yeah, he's gonna be here close to 10. She got done quicker than what she thought.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, can't really go into something else.
call up Darrell.
That would work.
That would work,
Wanna go get one?
sure.
Mr. Tom?
Yes, sir.
While y'all wait on the next thing, I have one request for you to add something to your agenda,
Okay,
or handle it during roundtable. The agreement on, the property across the road, we received it this morning, and, the commission may want to go into executive session regarding land acquisition to discuss it.
okay.
I think you can. Mm-hmm. Because it's all about timing. It's all about how much, how long you're in contact with individuals.
Witnesses,
A lot of guys, we try, but they normally get sick enough.
You gotta have a schedule.
Don't feel the word.
Well,
They're
now
calling someone else.
Oh, yeah, I was released
just trying to keep it moving, we
Wednesday.
decided, well, we'll just see if Daryl's available from the extension.
I saw Christina Dietrich on your agenda.
Yeah.
He's not here since he's planning on being at 11.
No, well, I did for the infusion,
So,
I went for the infusion.
Whitney, we can do you
If you're ready.
now if you wish, and Daryl's unavailable.
Good morning, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity to come back down and see you all on at least an annual trip. We've got a legislative session that's coming up, starts January 10th. The state is fortunate that it has a pretty good balance sheet right now. They project at the end of the fiscal year, June 30th, 2022, the state could have upwards of $3 billion of revenues in excess of their expenditures. If you figure that the state annually raises about $7.5 billion out of the tax base, so to speak, that's a pretty good cushion. The problem with having too much money is people want to come to town and try to spend it, and then you get things baked into the budget that are difficult to sustain in the out years. So about a month and a half ago, Derek Schmidt, Attorney General, candidate for governor, came out and recommended the state repeal sales tax on food at the state level to 6.5%. We kind of jumped the gun on the governor. She came out 3 days later and essentially offered the same thing. Either party has talked about trying to reduce sales tax on food for years. The state really just couldn't afford it at the time. It would cost probably upwards of $500 million out of state general fund.
That's what's gonna ask, projected
Yeah.
cost to the state be $500 million.
So, Kansas, you know, if you consider state and local sales tax, we have among the highest sales tax on food in the country. We're probably top 4 or 5 jurisdictions. So it's a pretty substantial bite. I've heard Attorney General Schmidt give a couple of speeches on this, and you know, one of his points is maybe they ought to take some of that excess money that they're going to have and spend it on something like this before people spend it on other things, and so put that into the state's budgeting. And so that probably happens next year, whether it happens in one fell swoop and they just repeal it altogether or they phase it down. It's a little bit complicated for businesses sometimes when you make adjustments like that over a period of time and you come back and you're changing the sales tax every year for 2, 3, 4, 5 years or something like that. But if revenues continue to exceed projections, I think you're going to see an effort just to repeal it all in one bite. And then the fight will be who gets credit for it. Does the governor get credit for it or the legislature, controlled by the Republicans? They'll both posture for that. Some other issues coming up next year. during the last legislative session, there was a debate over whether government and nonprofits compete with the private sector. And there was actually legislation to provide kind of tax credits or even funds to private sector that competes with government. A whole host of items were discussed during that hearing process. Sanitation services, health clubs, auditoriums, convention centers, and things like that. The issue is really driven, quite frankly, by an owner of a fitness chain out of Wichita that fights with the YMCA's every year and brings that issue to the legislature. And, if you've ever been to the Wichita YMCA, it's very nice. And so I can see where it kind of gigs Rodney, Steve, and I represent the YMCA, so I deal with this on an annual basis. But I can kind of see his point. From what we understand, the post-audit study focused actually on 3 areas. They focused on health and fitness, mental health services, and child care. I'm not sure where they came up with the other 2 items to focus on where you're seeing that kind of competition with the government, but we'll see when the report comes out, which is due by January 15th. So that could lead to legislation that local units of government have concerns with. We're seeing a lot of money come down from the federal level, the ARPA funds and subsequent funding came out in the stimulus bill for investments in broadband. We had some discussions in the interim tax committee about a week and a half ago about coming up with something along the lines of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights called TABOR, try to limit the state from increasing taxes or living with a certain budget, tying budget increases to, say, consumer price index or things like that. Colorado has something like this, other states do as well. Missouri has their Hancock Amendment where increases in taxes have to go to the vote of the people. It takes a constitutional amendment to do what they want to do, and they really haven't fleshed out what it looks like. They just, the tax committee members and House and Senate leadership actually said, it sounds like a pretty good idea to take a look at it. It's pretty complex. I'm not sure if they can get through it in the legislative session and get it on the ballot, but it's something that people are talking about. And, in some respects, you see legislators say, we've got all this money, we have to find a way to put constraints on ourselves so we don't spend it. Concerns that local units of government typically have is, what does that mean for us? Does that mean if times get tight at the state level, do they cut back on state and local revenue share? Do they start keeping more money that comes in that they used to share with the locals and stop participating in transportation projects and the like? So that potentially can be a concern. Pretty serious effort to restrict wind development last session. You obviously have some development down here. It used to you would see these projects out west of 81 Highway out in western Kansas, and they've had a difficult time building transmission lines, so to get the power from there to where they want to sell it. So that's why you've seen more wind projects in eastern Kansas. The wind is not as robust, but it's closer to transmission lines, and so it kind of makes it worthwhile, even though you're not having the same kind of wind speeds, so consistent winds. The chairman of Senate Utilities is very much in favor of that bill and has pushed it very hard. Mike Thompson, I think a lot of you might know the Thompsons from down here. I do as well, and went and reminded him of playing on my dad's Little League baseball team some long time ago. But that's a big issue to him. You're starting to see it. They couldn't get the bill out of committee last session, so they're starting to bring it to the local level. So you might see some counties, you might see people coming to Coffee County and want to limit setbacks and noise and any other kinds of things related to wind development. You're seeing it more in southern Kansas, but that's an issue that is probably not going away. Some minor issues, proposals to change the condemnation process. That is being brought by chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, who's also running for Attorney General, so, if she feels that helps her campaign an issue, she might push that next session. She did not this year, she introduced a bill, but KDOT was concerned with that, local units of government were concerned with that. And some broader issues that the Kansas Association of Counties is looking at, constitutional home rule, they're gonna revisit that. That's a tough sell, takes a constitutional amendment. I think if the legislature had their druthers, they'd repeal home rule for the cities. But that's an issue that remains on their priority list. Some discussion with tax valuation and appeals. We're seeing some pretty significant valuation increases, obviously, around the state. That will trigger people contacting their legislators saying, my property taxes went up 10%, 20%. I mean, pretty significant in some cities. It continues to be a debate over what they call dark store theory, and that is, do you appraise, say, large commercial buildings, a Walmart that has gone out of business, so it's a vacant building, versus a Walmart that's in business. Walmart would say those two buildings are the same, they should be appraised the same way. We pay taxes on our income, we pay taxes on an ongoing business. Particularly in Johnson County, they have argued against that, the local appraiser, and to date they have lost. So that issue is making its way through the courts, heading to the state Supreme Court. It may not see something that comes to a final judgment during the next legislative session, so that issue could get kicked down the road as well. But both property owners and local units of government are paying particular attention to that, those cases as well. And then capers, obviously the state has a pretty substantial capers liability. They're looking at some of the excess revenues they have to possibly pay a little more into capers and try to shore that up a little bit better. So those are the kinds of things we're looking at going into the next legislative session. Be happy to respond to your questions, or do you have specific issues?
What about redistricting? Lyon County, I know they would like to we have Eric, well, they kind of like to try to take Eric out of, how's this gonna go? That's usually something that comes up.
You know, that's gonna be the most volatile issue during the next legislative session. So you have a 2/3 majority of Republicans in the House and the Senate, and they get along pretty well. So, you know, if you go back 10 years ago, you still had a pretty good mix of moderate Republicans, conservative Republicans, and Democrats, and then you had a Republican governor who was conservative, and they never could come up with enough votes to get maps that the governor would accept, nor enough votes to override the governor. And so they got, the maps got kicked to the courts, federal courts drew the maps. This time around, pretty cohesive Republicans, they seem to work pretty well together. The question remains, though, you're probably going to pick up a Senate seat in Johnson County and 2 or 3 House seats, and so that pushes everything to the west and a little bit down, which will certainly impact Coffee County. And that potentially is a challenge.
Agriculture continues to get less say all the time.
Yes. Yeah, very powerful force in the legislative process, but they're going to continue to diminish under redistricting, certainly after the next one. And you're going to see some Senate seats in western Kansas that might have 15, 20 counties. That's a lot of territory to cover. I know the last time around, I think you lost Jeff Longvine from Emporia, and Donna was very upset with that. It changes. Their biggest challenge, I think, is going to be what are they going to do with the congressional districts, and in particular, 3rd Congressional District, Sharice Davids, the lone Democrat, and they'd like to find a way to make her life or election difficult. Remains to be seen if they can do that. Coffee should stay in the 2nd with Jake LaTurner, but he may pick up some of her territory or something like that.
So, we're thinking if this moves west, we could get our eastern congressperson, we don't know who that is.
I think your congressperson's gonna stay second district Jacob Turner, or,
I mean, that representative,
oh,
what's her name? If she moves over west,
Tyson is to.
Tyson
Senator.
takes part of west, and then Lyon County expands out, that's totally gonna do away with us then. Good chance.
Potentially could. You know, a lot of the play for redistricting comes in people who are gonna retire, so their seats are easier to collapse, or running for something else. Karen Tyson's running for state treasurer. You know, a few other legislators running for office as well, and a few retirements. It's unknown when we're gonna see the first maps come out. The first ones won't be the final ones, but we'll have the ability to see what impact it has on Coffee County and weigh in, quite frankly, as best we can with your delegation and others.
I was glad to see KAC supporting greater effort to increase accessibility treatment to address mental health and substance use disorders to reduce the number of individuals with mental health or behavioral issues inappropriately incarcerated in county jails.
Yeah, that's a
So,
big
Which
challenge.
that seems to be a big one for all sheriff's departments across the state. So, from what I hear.
There's been very significant mental health legislation passed in the last couple of years, and they have ongoing efforts for mental health reform to try to figure out better ways to treat people as opposed to incarceration or homeless shelters. The state continues to invest in that,
But until they find a place for some of these individuals, the local jail has to hold on to them, am I correct, Wade?
Which part, the incarceration? or-
Yeah, I mean, Tom's expressed that before, and correct me if I'm wrong or speaking wrong, but, I mean, that he has to handle some of these individuals and hold on to them until they can find a place for them.
So if they are not incarcerated on a criminal charge, they have to be detained for their own safety or well-being, so to
Correct.
speak. So that can occur in a jail cell if they have no other, and it's the least restrictive alternative, so they can sit on them in the undersheriff's office, the sheriff's office, but sometimes that can't work because we're waiting for somewhere for them to go.
Right.
And if we're waiting for them to go somewhere, sometimes you're number 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 on the waiting list at Osawatomie for unavailable. That is a problem, and it's continuing to be a problem.
Most jails aren't set up to handle a lot of this, especially us, correct?
I will tell you, the jail staff comes to me on a regular basis concerned about their ability to deal with and handle some of the people in our jail on a regular basis, because the training that's needed for jail staff is more of a mental health, the mental health arena. And, you know, sometimes they come to me and I say, you need to get a hold of Crosswinds and have them do a screening, and those people a lot of times will screen for inpatient involuntary treatment at Osawatomie, but then those same people still have to sit in a jail cell until they have a bed available, and then they come back to the jail once they're stabilized. And it's a big issue that just didn't start yesterday. It's been ongoing for years and years and years.
And Osawatomie has great challenges and needs significant investment, and they haven't chosen to do that yet. But there have been plans to do that. Limited bed space.
Like me, there needs to be another hospital built.
They've talked about rebuilding Osawatomie, and they just have never moved the project forward.
They need to distinguish between someone who has a true mental health issue and crisis and somebody who has a substance abuse issue, and keep those two. And I think Derek Schmidt years ago was pushing for a substance abuse facility, if I remember right, down in Woodson County.
Yeah,
And that
in his
fell
district,
through.
Independence.
But that is something that should be a priority that's needed. You look at the number of people who end up in not only the Coffee County jail, but jails statewide. Methamphetamine addiction is rampant. We're starting to see cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, some of these other hardcore drugs, even here in Coffee County, and it's not going away. It's getting worse, and these people need treatment, and being able to provide adequate treatment to them is gonna take the state getting involved.
But you said the state doesn't even have any guidelines for treatments on stuff like that, is that correct?
I mean,
Is the state sitting on their hands?
well, that, I
Not-
can't speak for the state. I think it's an imminent situation that needs to be addressed legislatively so they can tie some funding resources to the counties or help the counties. I mean, it's gonna take a lot of people putting their heads together and getting a plan in place to address this.
And there should be some money coming down to the local units from the Attorney General settlements on opioids, yes.
That's such a small portion, is it?
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking peanuts.
No, it would be
I mean,
more than
compared to
they've
what-
spent before, so.
Yeah, I mean, the opioids is a crisis, I agree with that, compared to what you got coming across the border daily now,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
When he's talking fentanyl and heroin and cocaine.
Worse than
Yeah, so,
horrible.
anybody have anything else for Whitney, or wanna share, or?
Is there a push to change or modify the existing infectious disease laws that date back to the Spanish flu? Or is that sort of
You know, you will see, probably continued efforts to revisit the governor's powers, emergency authority. Just remains to be seen how hot the issue is coming into the next legislative session. You know, Republicans are pretty confident there's gonna be a change of administration next year, in the governor's office. That may or may not happen, but they start governing like that, which means we want to get into redistricting, finish up the budget, and work on going home, and probably not pass a whole lot of things that the governor wants to do. And I think they'll wait for Derek Schmidt. I mean, it's just the nature of politics, so.
Something changes.
Anybody have anything else?
My report, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna say, I worked for a lobbying firm when I got out of law school for about 8 years, and then opened my own office in 1995. And I've had the pleasure to represent Coffee County for 25 years, so I've enjoyed it very much.
Thank you.
It's always good to come back home.
Thank you.
We've got a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm missing it.
It's
Already
done
done.
at 10 o'clock.
I got nothing. Okay.
Yeah.
Move to approve the 2022 memorandum of agreement with Whitney Dameron for lobbying services, Coffee County, beginning January 1st, 2022, and ending on December 31st, 2022. In the amount of $15,000 payable in 12 monthly installments of $1,250 each, and to authorize the director chairman to sign the same.
Mr. Chairman, also move.
John's moved. Need a second?
Second.
Jesse seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Apologize, I didn't
All right.
Usually goes in that book fairly deep.
Appreciate your update.
Do you need an original copy of that?
I think I sent two, so if I can have one back, that'd be great.
Here's the original. You want to sign it?
You know, you take lobbyists like yourself, and when I was at the co-op, of course, we had fertilizer lobbyists, we had chemical lobbyists, 3 or 4 other associations we was involved in, but I know there's times when people question, you know, the true value of what a lobbyist brings to the table. But I've seen it, a lot of work over the number of years, and I know the more people's involved in supporting the programs that we want to have supported, the more voices there, it does lead to a stronger voice in the process.
Thank you. The last legislative session, you came into it with COVID and a lot of new legislators. And the revisor of statutes is staff attorneys for the legislature that drafts bills, and they were literally swamped with requests for bills. And I think they hit upwards of 2,000. And typically you might have 750, 800 bills, and there's a number of them that never showed up. But it's a squeaky wheel situation if you have something that you want passed, but getting the chair to get the bill printed, to get it scheduled for a hearing, and then to keep it moving otherwise. If you're not in their ear and pushing them, they just set it aside and move on to something else they need to get to. So I appreciate the opportunity again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
I apologize, I didn't move my book forward enough.
He was there.
Yeah, it was.
Anytime you need anything.
So with that, we can take a break.
I'll second that.
Andrea, do you have one for me?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a copy of it, and then I'll come bring some extra.
Did you get a chance to talk to Richard on that?
Connie?
Or
Not yet.
Connie.
Nope. I can go run and do that now, or I can do that while you're in executive session if you want, or either.
And that'd be fine.
Okay.
We can do it at round table.
Yeah.
I'll give her plenty of time. It looks like we're gonna be
Be here for a while?
an hour or so in executive session. Angie, correct me if my math is wrong on that 3%.
No, I was running some, I don't know what, I've gotta look at it some more, but
Cause I was doing some math over the week on some other things, and it's like, had my son look at it, it's like, I'm wrong. But anyway,
yeah, no, I gotta look at it.
but I think if you did,
I'm not sure if I was wrong or,
no, it's not a wrong or right thing, it's just putting our heads together.
I'm just wondering how I came up with what I came up with, and then,
Well, I mean,
and maybe I did something wrong. I'll have to go back and look at what I figured earlier.
okay, and I can do some more crunching later and help you out if you wish. I mean,
Oh, I'll
just
get
see what
it.
I come up with.
Yeah,
With when I do a quick one, like I said, I did the hourly rate times 8 hours times 9 days, see what that was, and then I just started punching in 2%, 1%, 3%. 3% was closer to the 9 days on most people's salary than it was.
I think I have my spreadsheet somewhere, I just gotta find it.
To me, we got 9 days out of 260 days out of the year, which the 260 includes holidays. That's 3.46%. And it won't make any difference what the salary of the individual is, you know, whether it's low or high or medium. It's all the same.
Should be.
It's all, it is all the same. So they're actually, this 1 year, without any more changes, it's gonna be a 3.4.
Yes. Well, 3 point whatever, yeah. 3.4.
346.
Okay.
You divide the 9 to 260, it's 346.
Okay. Right.
And everybody gets the same, there's no discrepancy between high and low.
Okay.
That's what it tastes like. But that's the only thing I can taste. Absolutely. Well, I was supposed to pick him up that morning, and I almost come down, and I just got feeling worse, because I was at the office at 6 o'clock. I just kept feeling worse and worse as it went on. It got about 15 till 7, I was like, no, I'm getting the hell out of the office. So I just backed out, Lysol on the way out, just sprayed the office down. Yeah, and 8 o'clock, that's all. Anybody else in the office get it? Not mine. See, I never got it. I got it in my dog. So what you were thinking too is go around. Just Blair, just knock him down the hall. Oh, Linda.
Hello. Gotta have the elevator.
What are you up to these days, Linda?
Well, seems like all I do is buy groceries, cook 3 meals a day, and that's a big job.
You gotta cook for Jim and Terry both?
Not Terry.
Terry's
No.
ordering for me.
He'll eat it, we won't, you know.
He spends a lot of time. Everything going pretty good though?
Yeah. Yeah, we're lucky to have this restaurant. It's Sunday gone.
Take care of it. I was in the office. She tested negative Monday. Tuesday, she went in and tested and held it. It was 7 minutes, so they come up 7 minutes. That's your problem. Must have been Tuesday, no, Wednesday, Colby tested positive Thursday. It takes a little bit of incubation, but it seems like. I mean, this means what we have, because I basically get over it. His wife, Scott, they both fully vaccinated. They know that. Wife, she'd say, he feels like he got bad cold.
I know.
Yeah, I would.
We won't have this next year.
Now it's a one-time deal. The way I remember it. It could change.
During the meeting. Yeah, after being downstairs, it sure feels pretty cramped.
We can sign the papers till he gets here. That way if they got any questions.
Teach me to lay on the ground.
Get you a concrete, get you a building.
I'll pay for this for the rest of the week.
Wednesday night, we have is it planning or zoning those two? Wednesday night, 7 o'clock. Hope to God I remember the damn thing.
Mark, I tried.
No,
Rolling the other way.
we go
Up.
instead of down. Cause the sun's coming.
Good.
Some vouchers going around, checks going around, we're signing. Who bought the air purifier?
That's a letter from the jail. What's the amount on it?
6,000 some of those.
Yeah, and that came out of the ARPA funds. That was
Okay.
good for them.
Alright, okay. We have that in a motion?
Bobby discussed it last week, but that was approved by the Southeast Kansas committee, so they did approve that, since they are the ones that the motion was approved.
Okay. Yes.
Treasure. Why are we not doing driver's license? Setting up the machines now? Did you see the note on the front door? Driver's license machines now? No driver's license is being done?
It's been here for well over a week.
Has it? That's part of this issue?
No.
No. Yeah. I know we discussed it, but I can't remember.
We're just about done signing these. Like that finish up. some
You need to sign
discussion
whatever.
points, or just wanna go straight into executive?
Let's go straight in.
Okay.
If you want, just put nothing there to sign. I can't sign it over. I need to go too. Did you, what email on this? I printed it off, I couldn't sit around and read it on email. No, print it off and then read it.
Oh, it's you and Casper out in the parking lot? Oh, what's that for?
For the building out there.
Yeah, I think I did scan through it. I had 2,000 emails I had to go through when I went back to work.
You all done there, Tim?
Yes.
Okay. Come on up, Bob.
Yes, sir. Morning, Commission.
Morning, Bob.
I would ask that the commission go into executive session to discuss the financial affairs of a corporation. It would last for 20 minutes, and it would include our county attorney, the commissioners, and myself.
That's a way to where,
He just assumed he'd still be here. Forgive me.
no, you're fine. He's not always aware that he's gonna be in executive session.
He slips out.
Hey, Wayne, can you meet us downstairs for an executive session? All right, see you in a bit. Yes, sir. Bye-bye.
So, executive session with county counselor, board, and Bobby Skipper for 20 minutes.
I'll make the motion.
Tim's moved, Jesse seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0. We will go in at 10:25 for 20 minutes.
That was the original agreement I put on your keyboard. Thank you.
Not yet.
you.
So, that almost could have hurt us, you know, but everybody hadn't approved it, but we still gotta do some numbers. It's like using it for, instead of cost of living next year, or all of the cost of living, I tried to give that example, like if it was say cost of living there for 2%, and it was 1%, then the people would only get 1%, not 2%. And that's what you'll put on next year, but. Anyway, we'll see. Figure it out. But then you said, yeah. But I'm hungry. Made a big job of page. What do you do? I just took the one out, and then you have to scoop a little bit more of the avocado out. And then, baked it in the oven. Then, look on my phone, all it was me. And then, that looks good, even just to eat, not because it's low or. Oh, yeah, yeah, cause I like avocado doing it. And you can put, chopped bacon on it. But right now, I can't let it. Yeah, it's still, but it was. I'm on a roll now. I did say maybe when I get back from Phoenix, I'm gonna do my legs before my arms with that camera trick. Because I can't let them be in this one. And I think in January, February, I'm gonna wanna wear jeans anyway. But, because it takes 2 months to heal. If I do my arms and then do my legs, that'll be getting in the summer. I'd rather wear a light, long sleeve shirt than jeans when it's summer. Right. So I'm gonna do my legs and my forehead first. Get that out of the way. And then buy like a golf shirt or something. They have some that, you know, are lightweight, but they're long sleeve, but they have UV protection. Yeah. And cooling. Yeah, I'll buy a couple of those for my arms. What day is it? Today is Wednesday. But after in the morning, I make it. So, not there. Yeah, they say one to 2 pounds a week is what you should try. Right. Yeah, that's good. And, like, there was in the beginning, I didn't recognize any of those. If you were hungry, you could get one with a carrot stick or something. That's great, yeah. And you can have another day. Well, that'll make it worth it. That's people's problem. Yeah. You go on a diet and lose weight, but you can't quit diet all the time. Yeah. Mine has to be a really cold orange split for me to drink that. Because otherwise it tastes. I get food chill now. The problem is she said it tastes. Yeah, we want this like every time. Did
do not give it trouble, or these are the same thing. Have you ever entered your check register and your name? I didn't look at that myself. Go look at check register. No, that's right. I know, my first meltdown. The day she called me, she just said, I've been texting. She couldn't get up because her head was bleeding too heavy for her ability. And she soon said to me, she probably looks great. Oh, she was fine. But it didn't do anything to the mind, but her brain was just sharp as a. Yeah, it was like in her thing. She had a little backpack that had in there. She carried it everywhere. But they were getting rid of it. Dara was just telling me that India got that. She had go to India for 2 to 3 hours a couple times a day. And then they just started to push you to eat and swallow. Whatever it was she couldn't swallow, she threw up all over. So that's why you eat it. And it's, I think it's pretty rare. Well, that's what they were worried about. Take a feeding tube out and get rid of it. She went to therapy and stuff. No, I think that she went to school to convert. If people try to mess with her book bag, you don't touch that. That's what's keeping me alive. He's smart as a whip. He doesn't know Dwayne would mess with her. That's baby show with that girl here. She Dwayne was messing with her. She turned around and gave it. No, it was you.
So I made sugar cookies yesterday and.
I thought I saw a picture.
And I was gonna bring a bag of Chex Mix today and I forgot it on the counter.
Hey, Angie, was that all the checks including Wayne's?
Looks like it, yeah.
Okay, then I'll have to separate them when I get them
But,
back.
in there. I think his checks might have been behind, make sure they're fine. I didn't check. They're on the back of the vouchers. They may not be, you may not have seen them.
Well, I already took them to Richard.
Oh, okay.
I was just making sure that was all of them.
Yeah, yeah.
Cause I saw a thing here signed by Wayne,
Mm-hmm.
so I originally thought those were all Jessica's, but they've gotta be Wayne's too then.
I think the place in Quaker's been damn good, isn't it? You know, you don't like agree. I mean, I think they seem to be doing, go ahead, you're ahead of me. People are tired of being at home.
Yes.
We are back. Bob?
I would like to ask the commission to enter into executive session for a period of 15 minutes to discuss the financial affairs of a corporation. It would include the county council, commissioners, and myself.
We just made comment, he didn't think probably needed him for this,
Okay.
if it's the same thing. It's up to you, it's your call.
I don't think we need them.
Okay. Then the motion will be executive session for 15 minutes with Commission and Economic Development Director Bobby Skipper.
So move.
Don's moved.
Second.
Jesse seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We're going at 10:50, excuse me, for 15 minutes.
I forgot.
Okay.
Did you have a good weekend?
Uneventful.
That's
Didn't
good.
get a single call.
Good deal. I watched the Chiefs game in Anderson County yesterday. Made money watching the Chiefs play. John asked me the standard, what would you do if? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm not here.
How's everything going over there?
Good. There. Vern sent out his typical,
I remember they recorded.
yeah, he sent out his typical emails about, rumors going around the office and stuff like that. I had like 20 of them since September. I don't miss those. Yeah, dispatch is hurting over there. They're too short and have one out on medical leave.
Better get on source and get somebody hired.
Yeah. Yeah, the last one they hired didn't even last a year. She's the one that they hired from Allen County. I almost got to deliver a baby yesterday.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. Mom was in labor, contractions between 3 and 5, and it was her 4th child.
That happens pretty quick usually.
Yep. So that was almost kind of fun.
Yeah, they're not waiting too long.
Yep. Hi.
session's at?
Still downstairs in the economic development. God, turn it down too. How are you guys? Good, how are you? I didn't get sweating to death. Pretty good.
Yep, he's working good in here.
I can't get into my office to go on the computer. Seven more minutes.
What are you here today?
He, they didn't need him for this last one though, so if you need him for yours, I can go find him and make sure he's around.
You knew?
I can put him back to October. Hello. Good, you?
Well, this week is Tuesday, Wednesday, Iola home, and then Friday is Marvel, so.
Oh, you did? Okay, can you tell him to come in just real quick if it's before
I'm
then?
talking.
Yeah.
must have waited. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where he went. He didn't go, he must have gone, like hurried up and ran back to the office. It's way too crowded up here. I like it downstairs.
Different than downstairs. Good we got back to the point on the fleet back up there.
Yeah, that is.
Oh, it escaped me.
I don't like that part about methodical drawings.
What are you up to, Tom?
Like Monday morning, isn't it?
Well, it is your turn. We're running a little bit behind, sir. Sorry about that.
Nope, no problem. So we got a couple of things that I want to talk to you about. So we have our 911 recording system that records all of our 911 calls that we've had some problems with. It's 15 years old. So last Wednesday, I'm working a case. Yeah, sheriff does work cases. Yeah. And talking to a gentleman by phone, and he confesses to the crime. Anyway, so I call down to Don and I say, I want a copy of that recording. Came in on our phone lines. The system's been down since April. Higher Ground doesn't know why it went down, can't fix it, can't retrieve anything. And because it's 15 years old, I made the decision that probably something needed to change. So I asked Don to start getting quotes on a new recording system. We've got 4 quotes from the recording system companies. After sitting down with Brad and Adam and Don, they figured out what packages were the best, what best bang for our buck, and then it was brought to me for final approval. Don being the 911 director, obviously she's been doing this a lot longer than I have. The company that we have agreed on is it's called Voice Products. Don has used this system for the past 17 years over in Garnett. It's been used by 60, 70, 80% of the law enforcement agencies across the state, across the nation. The price on it is $144,601. But they are going to give us a trade-in discount of our old system for $74,761, which makes our final cost $69,840. That alone has got some upgrades on it. We have a 911 evidence package, it's called. If the county attorney or myself for this exact situation want copies of the reports, it's given, Don can pull that off. It's got a burner player built into the software system, and it can go to the prosecutor or to a defense attorney as evidence. It shows the screens that come up when that 911 call comes in. It's got a lot of new, of course, with technology today, a lot of new advancements. That being said, with all the packages and sitting down and talking to them, I have a motion to replace the existing 911 recording equipment, which is 15 years old, with a new Voice Products, nice, Inform Recording Professional Package Recorder. We received 4 formal quotes obtained by the E911 Director, Don Moody, evaluated by Don, the IT Director, Brad Scheidmeyer, IT Tech Adam Carver, and myself. And it gives the final cost of $69,840. This equipment will be purchased with E911 funds, and there are plenty of funds in that system.
Is there updates? This is a hands-on, web-based type, or is it all in-house?
It's in-house.
It's all in-house.
It's a recording in-house system that records all of our 911 and incoming calls.
So is there annual updates that have to come through? Do they come in and do it, or?
They can do. We have the best package they have. It's called a gold package.
Okay.
Where if we call them 8 to 5 Monday through Friday and have problems, they will come work on us, come work on it. We thought if we're going to get it, let's get the best package we can. That way we don't have the problems that we're having with this old company. Of course, it's 15 years old. What do we expect?
Is there a service agreement or an annual fee?
It's already on that, and again, we're going to assume that it's somewhere close to what the other system was. Sorry, I didn't say that. So we called the current system we have. Said, what can you do for our upgrades? We can't have this happen again. And they quoted us over $8,000 just for the software alone. Said we're not going to upgrade or warranty your system because it's 15 years old. Mm-hmm. So it's time to move on and get a new product. Mm-hmm. So
That's
Have
what
you
we're,
been able to record or retrace anything since April?
that's what they're telling us.
And they never
We have all of
notified?
our 911 lines, but nothing else.
So any of the phone calls that my investigators make, they do a lot of investigations. Call people, set up interviews, whatever. Nothing has been recorded since April.
So if you hadn't called this gentleman wanting that recording, you would not have known it.
That's correct.
How long would it take to make a change order?
They told us they could start on it immediately.
Yeah, so it'll take 6 to 8 weeks for them to order it, and then they'll put it together in their house, and then they'll bring it in. So we're looking at May, June before we go live with it, because they'll give us training on it.
And you don't have anything until then?
We have our 911 and our radio recorded, we just don't have any of the internal in-house recording. And our higher ground maintenance runs out in August, so it's best to get this
If there
done
was ever a
before
time to do it,
runs
now's
out.
the time to do it. It's gonna, packages, our maintenance agreement for the other is gonna run out, and they won't even guarantee or won't warranty our system.
Well,
because
see,
it's-
there's no reason to go spend $8,000 if they're not gonna guarantee it, at
That's
least
right.
until June or whenever this
Yeah.
other
That's
can
right.
be in,
Right.
because you're just,
So,
you might as well light $8,000 up
Yep.
in flames.
yep. So in the meantime, it is what it is, but that's our recommendation.
You do have close to 170,000 in the
Yeah.
911,
Yes,
so.
yes, there's plenty of funds.
The funds are there, that's no time we need to spend it. We still gotta make the right decision. It looks
Absolutely.
Looks like it's a no-brainer, too.
Yep, absolutely.
So the motion would be to replace the existing 911 recording equipment with a new voice products, NICE, information recording professional package recorder, in the amount, including trade-in, of $74,761, and the funds to come from 911.
74,000 or 69,840?
$74,761.
69,840 is what you
Oh.
said.
Excuse me, that's a trade-in amount.
Right.
I apologize.
69,840 is
This
what
makes our final cost of $69,840.
If that's how you want it written out, Angie, I'd so move to.
That close enough?
Yeah, I'd like to look at that paper real quick.
Okay. I just took the top part, kind of some of the bottom part and put it together, so.
All second.
Dawn's moved. Do you want to finish first, or?
No, I think I can get it.
Okay. Dawn's moved, Tim seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Dawn.
Second thing is I was sent a request by Larry Goldberg. I know that you all have had this forwarded to you, or at least it was forwarded to Andrea. He just asked that I formally come up here and ask you to go ahead and approve this bid so we can get some board drilling started. If we're gonna think about moving this parking lot and putting stuff in the parking lot, we need to have some drilling done to see if there's any rock. So, I'm here asking you for that formal.
Some explanation. It needs to be explored, yes.
Exploratory.
That way you know what you're up against before you go trying to design anything.
Correct.
Just so everybody watching can
Yes, sir.
know why this needs to be done.
Yep. Can't build if it's on a bunch of rock, how much it's gonna cost to
Right.
cut through rock, blast rock, whatever needs to be done here.
Right.
So hopefully, from what we're told from the future old timers, shouldn't be any rock there, but,
With
oh
the
no.
structure, with the structure that's already in place here as well as the school, you wouldn't expect to run into any
Yeah. So,
issues.
But stranger things have happened.
yeah, stranger
Yeah,
things.
it can happen.
Yeah.
All the rock could have been put right there.
Yeah, pull it up, throw it in there, right?
So, total cost of $85.20.
Whatever he sent you, sir, I believe so.
Yeah. Funds to come from where, I would say.
You know, we was gonna do the core drilling out south earlier, and I forget I'm not sure where we was gonna pull those funds from. But I assume we,
I wanna have that discussion before we go make a motion.
7520 is what I.
Would that be capital?
I would say you would wanna do capital line item, you could do general fund line item capital outlay, which is
I would think
instead of
that's,
capital reserve.
that's
I would
where
take out of the general.
that's where I was thinking. Because
From
it's
where?
part of, it's part of a building project
it's
of a
capital,
building.
capital expenditures.
General fund line item capital outlay.
Okay. So, your motion to approve the cost of $8,520 for coring a proposed area for the new Justice Center, jail, I should say. And funds to come from the general fund, line item reserve, correct, or?
General fund capital outlay line
Capital
item,
outlay.
line item capital outlay.
Moved.
Jesse moved, Tim
I'll
seconded.
second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. You wanna have Andrea forward that to Larry, or you want me to do that?
Go ahead. Unless,
Do you have the document to sign?
I apologize, I'm looking. So.
It's okay, it's the third or fourth or 10th page. There's a
That's
bunch
what
of,
I-
yeah, there's a bunch of them there that I can find.
Right there it is.
Yeah, there you go, it's on that next page, I believe.
Is that it, by so-and-so?
To me, like, county clerk has to sign it. And then I'll be,
It's on the Caricon page.
on page 2 of 2.
Yeah, it's got Angie's name document, specified on it.
All the paperwork just basically states, just so anybody's watching wants to know what all we're looking at, it's just depths, specific locations.
Page, you'll see it's on page 2 of 2. It's about the third, fourth,
Should say Caricon in the top right corner.
fourth page down.
Okay.
That's got Angie's name on it.
Well, I guess I can sign any one of them, so.
And there's me.
But you're gonna have to change something before you sign that.
Nope.
It's got, I don't know why, is it have the clerks because,
Can I see that? So I can
Probably because
sign
you
it?
write the check.
Is it
Yeah, I'm assuming
And I'm fine with
probably.
that, I mean.
I'm assuming that.
You got anything else, Tom?
I do.
you can't
Got
have
one
you-
thing, executive
can't
session.
sign
You run Darrell down.
Yeah, no, I can't sign it.
above Andy's name, so maybe you
It talks about the loss of profits or revenue, loss of opportunity, loss of revenue.
Oh, there it is. So,
I'd say the chairman could probably sign the very top or above somewhere.
it matters not to me.
No, Darrell.
I think that's why. Right.
No, I don't have a problem with it.
so we need to take your name off and put it.
No, I think they're having me sign because of payment. But I don't know. However you wanna do it.
I guess we can direct the clerk to sign,
Yeah, we'll let the sign
and that, we either have to direct you or direct somebody to sign it.
Update that motion a little.
I guess we would have to update that one.
You have to authorize the clerk to sign.
And funds were gonna still come from, yeah, capital outlay.
So it'd be moved to authorize the clerk to sign the request for approval and approve the cost of $8,520 for coring of the proposed area of the new jail
Yes.
with funds to come from the general fund capital, line item capital outlay.
Yes.
We gotta revote.
We did, but
Yeah,
we just,
we voted.
we just modified it.
Do we need to amend it?
What I meant, revote.
I did wait. I say we're good.
I'd say so.
That's done.
As long as we get it signed, get on with it.
So you have 30 minutes worth of executive session? and
Sir, it's not gonna take 30, it's gonna take maybe 15 or 20 at the most.
Okay.
If you have somebody else, that's fine.
How long you need, Darrell?
Oh, probably 15, 20 minutes.
You hear the motion from Wayne.
Let's just, we're gonna run behind no matter what, so we'll just go ahead and take yours.
Well, sir, it doesn't bother me one bit.
You said you need 15, 20 minutes, you said you need 15, 20 minutes, so one of you's gonna wait 15, 20 minutes.
It don't matter.
You want wrestle
One of
for
you's
it?
gonna wait.
Go right ahead.
Okay, it doesn't matter to me.
Let's proceed, Tom Johnson.
Then we need to go into executive session, talking about security, county security, and, let's say for 15 minutes.
Us.
Involving you, me, Wade doesn't have to be, he's aware of it, but he can go.
If you don't think he needs, let's just don't.
He's well aware of what's going on.
Okay,
So just county commissioners and myself.
for 15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Are we going back downstairs again?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll make the motion.
Tim's moved, Jesse seconded, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 5-0, we're going in at 11:26
Okay,
for 15 minutes.
thank you.
Thank you.
The paperwork signed and get started.
Okay, all right.
No, I won't.
You just forward me a copy.
I will, I'll get it, yeah.
I'll get it, then I'll forward it to Larry.
And I
Okay.
said, no, sir.
Thank you. Oh, there, grab a coffee cup. Come on, you're stealing that. I know what you were gonna do, but
I got my own.
it'll distract me to drink my coffee.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Okay. There you go.
Hey, Jessica, you speak with Jerry. Yes, can, I need, this is probably Skipper, if she can call me back on my cell phone. Yes. Thank you, bye.
It's cooler out here. I didn't even turn it down, although I guess. You got more for them?
Yeah, it's not really my deal, it's Tom's, but he wants me to get one.
Tom Johnson has more?
No, that's not
Oh,
here.
oh. I was like, not sure if it was maybe something, but I didn't see me, but I'm like,
You, having a third good life.
I must be. One of them is there, 2 weeks ago.
It's been a year, trying to lose my pounds. Brown, sweat, switch.
Yeah, well, so still good when I walk, then it motivates me to eat better and do better, like we're going on walks, I'm gonna get something healthy. It is a cycle, because I'm doing days, don't exercise, it's like, what's sugar and cheeseburger?
You've been dating that guy,
2 years.
gee, okay, do y'all still find yourselves, like, eating more than you normally would or want to, because,
Like, once you get comfortable enough.
Yeah.
To a certain point, I always kinda, I think, I'm always a bit of a self-conscious person in general, so I always try not to, but it is easy once you get comfortable, it's like, okay, well now that somebody knows you, you don't have to put on that first impression.
yeah.
Good. I guess that for me, I always, my girls are so tiny, so I always have them to come every time I'll feel like, okay, I'm okay, like, I'm like, oh, okay, we need to start doing better, and I know that's like, they're smaller than I want to be, but still, it's like, kind of motivating factor, and like, okay, where we take pictures, I'm like, okay, did you not show that picture to anybody, or, like, cut to the other, and that always kind of motivating me. And my sisters, we kind of flip-flop. I used to give her a hard time, and she was never heavy in her life, so people used to make fun of me for being so skinny. And then I think, so I kind of gave her a hard time, whenever I kind of contributed to a bit of an eating disorder, because now she's like smaller than I am, and I'm like, okay, whenever we take a picture, I can shave everybody else in the
Yeah.
face.
Yeah.
And now it's funny, because my sister, it was just always, I always thought bigger bones, and just always thought, and never at all heavy. And I'm like, you know, this is so tiny, so what do I do? Like, what happened here? I don't mean, You wanna wait?
He said he needs 51 Y'all give up?
He's safe. Head back up.
Okay.
I hear she up here by now. Should've knocked on his door when you walked by.
Well, they make enough noise walking down the hall, he should have heard them.
There. Oh, that's fine.
So we do have a motion from Wayne for the, scrap iron. Can you bring that door shut there, Darryl, please? Thank you. Based on the recommendation of the county engineer, move the bid submitted by Tim Seeker Recycling Connection Takeaway Kansas for approximately 75 tons of scrap metal and iron to be disposed of by Coffee County landfill in the amount of $175 per ton.
Pretty good price.
Not a bad price.
We'll move.
Jesse moved.
I'll second.
Tim seconded. He's got a list here, all the people we contacted. So anyway. Tim seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Darrell. Yes, sir.
Well, I went and went up to talk to Angie. I guess I'm looking for some direction and clarification on how this relocation process is supposed to move forward. Do we have a definite date or anything?
The closing date's the end of this month.
It is December 30th?
Yes.
Okay.
Apologize that I probably maybe should get a copy of that contract to everybody. I gave it to Bobby, he's got it in a file. It was just for safe holding, so I didn't misplace it, so,
Okay.
we can get you a copy.
Well, I knew that was kind of the tentative date a while back, but I hadn't heard anything definite, so I just wanted to clarify that for sure.
Yes.
Okay. As far as how, are we gonna be responsible for getting all the utilities and things hooked up, like water, electricity, and that sort of thing? Will that go through the county, or how's that gonna work?
I would assume we go through the county.
Okay.
We have, would be a good process, have you just get ahold of the city and have them switch the utilities over to the county?
Yeah, we can do that. I just didn't know how you guys wanted to handle it. I didn't know if they were gonna be responsible for their own stuff now, because they're on their own building, or if we were gonna, so I told him that's what he would need to
yeah.
talk to you guys.
That's correct, we never really had that discussion, did we, so.
I suppose it probably wouldn't be bad to have it separated out as the extension. I mean, it still comes here, but at least it can be, at least you can
Well,
see.
it'll tell you what the location is, as far as utilities.
Yeah. Okay, so,
True, but I think they're wondering is the ag extension out there in their own building responsible for their own utilities?
They're still part of the county. We're still paying part of, basically the salaries and everything else, so, and then they're still part of it.
So we just go ahead and just call and get them switched over to, at whenever that time is, and,
My thinking.
and the bills would still come here, and we would still pay them as normal, okay.
okay.
And that would
Everybody agree to
include
that?
phone, water, electric,
That's
gas.
kind of the way I assumed it would be.
Okay, just fine.
Okay.
Unless you got the budget to pay for it on your own.
We don't right
Oh,
now.
don't.
I'm sorry.
That's pretty easy.
Well, that was the question. From now on, I guess, do we need to start putting in line items for these things and pay? Or if it's gonna come to the county, just,
I mean, if the county owns the building, we can pay the utilities and then
Okay.
just, I mean, I would assume.
We'll just charge $10,000 a
building.
month lease
Yes.
or something to it.
okay, sure. We'll build that in.
We'll recover it, won't
I mean, 'cause basically they've been down there in the basement, well, not, for lack of better terminology, rent-free, so.
Yeah, sure,
It'd be
okay,
kind of the same deal, you're just helping us acquire more space.
okay. Okay, so county will take care of
Yep,
that, then we
I
won't,
do that.
okay.
I just need to know when they need to be turned on,
Sure, okay,
so we can get it scheduled.
okay, probably
Unless
first of
January
January 1.
Which I'm sure they probably have not been shut off. yet,
No,
have they?
they're still going, yeah.
They could just, you could just set a rollover date of the first day of the, or last day of the month.
Last day of the month, okay.
Well, I'm gonna assume with that being said, means we had to get a motion for the $1,500 or the earnest money that wasn't in the original motion of purchasing the project. So, the closing being on December 31st, we need to make a motion that we made a motion that I signed the contract to purchase other property, but finalization of that. Like I say, they'll just call one day and say, hey, it's ready down there at Coffee County Land and Title. I don't have my,
Yeah, and we need some cleanup on that too, because for that check that you guys had us write, we didn't know where to take it from, so we went ahead and took it from community improvement. Same thing again with the building, there's no, well, maybe on the building you did have, let me see.
yes, we did, we took it from
Capital or community, I can't remember which.
community improvement, I remember right. That might help me with that, but anyway.
The building would be capital, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be capital.
I think it
Building would be.
So anyway, the closing date will be December 30th.
So it means we have to have insurance on it by the 31st then, or the 30th.
Okay,
I can get that done too.
Okay.
okay,
I'll have to bring back to that contract, but I'm pretty sure it's the 30th.
okay.
Okay, since, and we got it worked out with the city for this, since the New Year's on Friday.
Yes.
Saturday.
So they will probably be closed on Friday, so this stuff will all have to be done on
30th. You can do it all.
as far as the transfer of.
Yeah. I'll double check that agreement, but I'm just pretty certain it's the 30th.
We're gonna be here on the 30th anyway, closing our books out, so.
Correct.
I guess another question we had was landscape, like mowing and maybe more important this time of year, snow removal in the parking lots.
Is that kind of what you guys are for little farmers and stuff?
Well, I mean, I'm not worried about the mowing part of it. It's not all that great a deal.
I got a push mower.
Make me a deal, will you? Okay.
I know the library and the museum are county, but yet they're detached, so, and they have their own boards, so I know they're in charge of their own maintenance, so to speak, of what you're talking about, landscaping.
Okay,
I know it's not done by the county.
okay. How about snow removal?
It's not done by the county.
It's not done by the county either?
No,
Okay,
not in the library, the museum, no.
okay. So we will need to make arrangements for,
Extension's a little bit different than the library and the museum, in my opinion it is. An extension is still an arm of the county. The library is the county library, and the museum has no connection to the county if you really want to get down to it, other than the fact we give them money.
So they have their own mill levy, that's correct.
No, they don't have a mill levy. We just give them money. No requirements, no nothing. We just give, they come in with their budget, and we
We
give
do
it to
the
them.
same.
Well, yes and no.
I'm trying to,
I'm
I
trying-
thought the library and the museum has their own little, no, they don't, that's right, they don't, it's just a budget, yeah, I'm sorry. Where my mind went, apologize.
What do we, I would say you bring your scoop shovel in for this year.
Okay.
And when you come in for your budget next year, put a little bit in for that.
Okay.
You can request your budget.
Okay. That's almost. Down the road, I guess, when we run into maybe needed repairs or whatever, like for HVAC and plumber, and are there specific people we need to contact? Or a specific procedure that we need to go through? I mean, how do we need to handle that? I mean, do we go ahead and get it taken care of and then bring you the bill, or?
Pretty much.
If it's emergency, but if you're just planning for something out for down the road, then you'll need to budget for it, or.
Well, I was just thinking,
In an emergency, you need to get it done.
for repairs and things like that down the road, like if plumbing, if we
Bid
got a plumbing problem
procedures,
or
if
something.
you want to know about if there's plumbing or HVAC or roof work or something like that.
Is there, do you have specific people that we need to contact, or?
A certain dollar amount over is 3 bids, right?
Well, it depends on whether it's an emergency or not, too. If it's emergency, we just get it done and go from
Okay.
there.
Okay.
You get whoever you can do to get it done, so quick as you possibly can.
As far as upgrades, he's right, go through the bidding process.
Okay, so the renovation that we'd like to have done currently, we need to put that out on bids?
It'd be nice if you would.
Thought you told us you could just move into it.
Well, we can, the front part, but the back part, we'd also mentioned that we had some renovations that we'd like to, make that a programming area and possibly put in a second bathroom. And so.
I kinda thought maybe you might put a plan together and bring it to us and then put it out for bids, but.
Oh, well, okay, if that's what I need to do, that's what I'll do.
It's just kind of an
Okay.
assumption I had.
Sure.
Chances are you've got a good idea how you wanna proceed
Yeah.
ahead and make updates, remodel and everything.
Right.
Put that plan together and maybe present it. It's
Okay.
kind of the way I took it in my head.
And that's not pressing. I mean, like
Yeah,
say,
that's-
Bob, we can move in January 1st. I mean, we can start moving into the facility and working out of it. The way the layout is, we can isolate ourselves up front and have the renovation going on. And basically, the renovation's gonna be more or less demo. I mean, there's partition walls that are just we're just wanting to open that back space up, and that sort of thing. But I can do that. We'll put together a plan and bring it to you, but I didn't know if we needed to go on a bid process or how that works, so it sounds like.
How much do you think the demo will cost?
I have no idea.
I think you might just go ahead and get bids for the demo.
Okay.
Once you know what you wanna do.
Yeah, we'll put together, what it's gonna need to be demoed, what we would like to do as far as, replacement and that sort of thing.
But once you demo, you're gonna have to remodel it.
Yeah,
Absolutely, you're taking walls out, you're gonna
Right.
remodel the floor and the roof, or the
Right.
ceiling probably.
yeah,
That could all probably be put down in, maybe one bid,
okay.
or maybe broken out in 2 bids that are.
Do we need to work with somebody like Hector again?
You
Or
don't
not?
have to have an engineer.
Okay.
That costs a lot of money.
A lot of money. Yeah, no.
Okay,
I wouldn't
so we
even-
can just put together a plan, bring it to you, and then
Yeah,
go
I mean,
from
you
there.
present it to each one person you're advertising for bids with, this
Yeah.
is general what you want, and you can,
Okay,
we can see what you think's the best way to roll and go from there. But yeah, no, I wouldn't go with their engineering on that.
yeah, okay, that's fine. We'll sit down and figure out what we wanna do, put it together and bring it to you, so. Okay, so as far as repairs and stuff, we just get it taken care of, and then, is there a dollar amount that we would need to be aware of before we needed approval?
That's why I say get for bids, because if you go over a certain amount, you'd have to go out for bids anyway, so you just.
Even on repairs?
Yeah, so you'd just be better off.
Oh, okay.
I think you're thinking about 2 different kinds of repairs. In an emergency situation,
Emergency, do it.
you don't have time.
We don't,
to do that.
okay, like, we spring a leak in the plumbing or something like that, we just go ahead and take care of it and have the bill submitted to the
Sure.
county? Okay.
Exactly.
But for the renovation portion, we'll put together a plan,
Yes.
put it out on bids.
Or if your HVAC needs
Yeah.
upgraded, we need to send that out for bids, that type of thing.
Okay.
Other than that,
Okay.
emergency, just get it done.
Okay. Has anybody said anything about the reclamation or whatever of where those tower braces went in. You know, that's kind of a muddy mound right now. Were they gonna be responsible for reseeding that to grass?
I would assume, but
Okay, I didn't know.
I don't know what deal there was. I saw nothing in the contract from where the previous owner
Okay,
sold any of that off. I mean, I don't know.
so probably visit with them then.
We'll have to, if they sold some of that off, I mean, it's not, in my opinion only, that back there, it's not like you need it.
Well, no.
We need it.
Yeah,
So, I mean,
it's just kind of
we got what we needed out of the deal, so.
when it comes to pushing
I'm
more
sure through
over,
the
it might get
register
away.
of deeds, if that was, or through the appraiser's office, if some of that was sold off, they would know.
Okay.
But I would think after the purchase is done, we'd want a legit survey to see what is and what isn't ours.
Okay. Okay.
I would want it requested anyway.
And you all will take care of that? Having this already done? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
It's our land, it's our land. How you gonna move?
How are we gonna move?
Well, I mean, the reason I ask is, we have one or two box trailers, right?
So we have mine, or the one I share with the sheriff's office, yeah.
We have.
An enclosed trailer?
Enclosed trailer.
We were gonna ask about possibly using that.
I've got a
Maybe
30-footer too.
A
There would be
30-footer,
no reason that you
We're-
couldn't use it if it's
Yeah.
not in use at the time.
Okay. Wondered about maybe using for some of the stuff, if we could borrow the pickup that Barb uses or whatever, just to put some stuff in.
Ask Andrea
Okay,
about that.
Andrea's that, okay. But, yeah, actually, we've got an office company coming in to move our desks. They're gonna come in and do that. I don't know if they'll need a trailer or not, but they said they could come in and do that for us.
Are you taking your desk with you?
We're taking all of them, but Lauren's and the one out front, those two in the reception area.
Bobby, let me ask you this question. What are you gonna do for a desk?
We're gonna move, no, we're not moving anything. You said you wanted the desk that I have now, and so, we have already purchased, is that right?
What-
I believe, has.
My thinking is, if we're going to go out and get some new desks or something, why are we moving these out and moving these in? Maybe the new desk could just be taken up there.
I can talk with Earl.
You guys figure that out. It might save a lot of trouble, not trouble, but a lot of exercise for you.
For somebody.
Uh-huh.
We weren't gonna plan on that being us,
Purchase
but.
equipment anyway. I'm not
Okay.
trying to throw old equipment on you,
I may have, Rhonda may have already purchased a new desk.
but maybe there's some of that stuff that could just be taken there instead of pull
Right.
this out, move this in and all that.
Okay. Well, we can get together.
You guys can get together and figure it out.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll probably be doing most of the rest of it ourselves, you know, so if we can borrow a trailer or pickup or whatever, that'd be great. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
it's out at landfill.
Oh, okay.
The smaller one that I use for elections anyway.
Okay.
Just make sure all my
Just,
stuff is
I'll
in there.
contact you
Yeah,
before we
sure.
get ready to do anything, but, so, okay. All right, I think so we don't need to be doing anything as far as getting everything rolled over.
You'll just need to figure out, I think his question earlier was if he needs to call a plumber, does he call the plumber, or what does he do?
Yeah, you'll call whoever
Okay.
to get an emergency situation.
Okay.
And if
Yeah,
it's not
I
an
think-
emergency, then what?
Then
That's his other question.
We're going out for bids.
Okay.
I
He will-
suggest, sorry,
No, that's okay.
I suggest in any event he go through Andrea, because Andrea is sort of dealing with that for the building, and then that way there's not miscommunication. All invoices that you get go to Andrea, so that, I mean, that in my mind becomes part of the building. So,
Makes sense.
and
Okay.
Andrea has,
So you're the contact person and with, okay.
and she can walk you through the process, depending on what the issue is, what the fee structure is, if you have to bring it to the board to get their approval.
Okay.
So, but emergencies, like they said, you got a leak, pipes first, get it taken care of, and then bring it in, and then it will end up in front of the board. They can make a decision. You have anything bigger, big items, still go through Andrea, because Andrea and Angie sort of work together on getting who who the county has used in the past to take care of those particular issues. And so you're not spinning your wheels. I think that's the best way to do it, in my opinion.
Okay, all right. Well, yeah, I just wasn't sure what the procedure should be, so appreciate that, Wade. But anyway, okay. All right, that's all I have. Appreciate your time. I'll come look at more.
Thanks. That is pretty much the agenda. We can do roundtable.
Do you have something?
He's hanging out here for this one I've got. I didn't know what yours was.
I do have one thing. I would like to coordinate with closing dates on these 2 or 3 deals you got going, purchase on property. So Wednesday at 11 o'clock at Coffee County Land and Title, we're scheduled to close on the UDO property. On the discussion of escrow money, that's normally customary and a regular purchase agreement between 2 private parties. On a governmental purchase agreement, it's normal that there is no escrow requirement. Now, in this case of that property, the extension office property that you bought, it was called out in the agreement. But I think it should be assumed also that even if not explicit, I mean, I would ask that the attorney, at least on contracts regarding real estate, assume that escrow money, if there's a check required, is just part of the deal. Also, the actual check to be cut for the payment of the property in full is part of the deal, and not subject to a motion each time you have to do something like that. If you approve the contract, you're approving all parts of that arrangement. And so to go back to the UDO, it's Wednesday at 11 o'clock. I'm going to get with the clerk to get a check cut to allow for that one.
I guess I just need clarification on where we're paying all these from, because we wrote one last week that I had to guess where to pay it from. And that $150,000 to buy the building, there was nothing stating where it was gonna be paid from. So we need to
I
clarify.
swore we made a,
It's the motion, I have it right here. It said, oh, dang it.
I thought we
Moves to authorize and direct the chairman to enter into an agreement with Mark Glades and Caldwell Bankers to purchase the old Herder Eye Doctor building in the amount of $150,000 to relocate the extension office.
I swore we conversed and said where was it coming from, because we always do.
I thought we had discussed that, but I thought we had decided we would wait until we moved to contract before we had determined where that came from. And then the 1,500 came up in between.
Okay.
So I think that, yeah, it's probably what the motion actually said was what you read, because when we would have approved the contract, when we would have said my funds do come from.
Yeah, 'cause you just approved the agreement, and then we got,
Yeah.
needed the 1,500, and I was like, I'm not even sure where we paid it from now.
Okay.
But we can do a journal entry to correct it, but I just
Correct.
need to know.
Yeah. So where you guys wanna take this from? You wanna take it from general or community improvement?
That'd be capital.
It's to me, it's gonna be capital outlay.
Okay. The 1,500 would come from the same place, and so, I think the UDO property,
There was $1,000 on that.
Uh,
There was $1,000 escrow in that agreement, but
I guess what I'm saying is, as far as where that come from, for me, that's community improvement. Because what we're doing is we're cleaning up blighted property in hopes of
But we're actually buying the property, so it could be capital, because we're actually buying the property.
True, but also I think we're improving that.
Capital improvement.
We are improving it. There's no question about
Community
that.
improvement, it could probably go either way.
Yeah. Or I don't know what's left in economic development budget, you can pull it out of there, so retails, but I don't wanna do that really. So we just need to decide where that money's coming from, if we're doing a check on Wednesday for it, correct?
Yeah, I need to know.
So where do you want that one to come from?
Always
just need to
thought,
be in the
when
motion.
we were buying property and stuff, that it always came from capital. When we,
I mean, you're actually purchasing a piece of property, it actually goes into your capital.
exactly.
Into your ownership.
Exactly, and that's another one of them deals that if we close Wednesday, we gotta have insurance on it Wednesday.
Yeah, I would say capital would be a good,
As far as insurance, I wouldn't do no more than liability.
No, but we got to get it on our policy, that's
Right.
part of our stuff now.
So that'll come from capital outlay as well. And we need to,
So we need a motion, Wade said too.
okay.
So here's my issue. If the original motion for the purchase also includes for, escrow money and any, signing any other necessary documents, I don't have an issue with it. But as a steward of the taxpayer money, having a paper trail, in my opinion, is, important. So I don't have an issue if you sign, a real estate purchase agreement that has escrow or doesn't have escrow, as long as the motion that, authorizes the chairman or whoever to sign it also gives, there's some language that says, to include, whatever necessary fees are for escrow. That way there's a paper trail. That way, if somebody wants to come back and say, well, who authorized whoever to have this check, that's my issue. And outside of that, I agree. I just didn't remember hearing anything about signing, that included escrow. So that was sort of where I had I was thinking back, and I don't think I was there when that happened, but if you're gonna approve a contract of any kind, have the authority, and I'm gonna make a request for, here in a few minutes, for the chairman to have the authority to sign and execute documents that are time sensitive, and to have it done here, so that if there's a question later on down the road, that if Tom signs something 5 days from now in reference to what I'm gonna bring up, that it's already been approved ahead of time. Now, my request is not gonna be anything to deal with, taxpayer dollars that are going out. It's gonna be in reference to litigation where, settlement monies would come in, but the county has to have somebody to sign. That's my position.
And I agree, because it was kind of confusing when all at once I had to come up with the $1,500 and then all that went in a motion. So yeah, we need to start including any and all escrow fees or closing costs, whatever, so. So with that being said, we're going back to the UDO property. That money's coming back out of capital improvement, or no, capital outlay.
Capital.
Capital. And
So this is the escrow money for that, right?
there'll be
It's
some,
entire balance.
It's the entire amount, but
pardon me?
I was trying to differentiate, we were talking about escrow, so I didn't know if we were still talking about escrow. This is the
No
entire
escrow,
balance
yeah.
for that one.
Oh, this is the entire balance on that one? No, okay, all right, so we need a motion for, how are we gonna word that one?
My argument is that when you approve an agreement that has those things laid out, if you approve the agreement, as that motion you had indeed adopted, approved that agreement in its entirety, it spells out those different things within. I believe, my argument is that you approved all of those things when you made that motion. That you shouldn't have to come back and get a separate motion to do these different things. Is that, in line with what you were thinking?
I don't remember what it all is predicated on what the original motion said, in my opinion.
In that motion for the purchase of the extension property, the motion was that the commissioners approved the agreement, correct?
Says to authorize and direct the chairman to enter into an agreement with Mark Blades and Caldwell Bankers to purchase the old Herder eye doctor building in the amount of $150,000 to relocate the extension office.
Yes, in my mind, you approved all actions under that,
underneath that.
yeah, including,
It doesn't say where to pay it from.
Yeah, well, we established that one, but I know where he's headed. So do we need a make a motion to get a check going for this closing come Wednesday, I guess is what I'm,
For this other property.
yes. And who signs those documents? I'm assuming the chairman.
The motion for the, and I don't remember what the original motion said, so. But for the chairman to sign and approve.
Do you have that original motion with you, Bob?
I do.
Okay.
Not the motion, I have the contract that you did approve, which spelled out again, everything within.
And that's another one Wade briefed, I believe.
Just going, I mean, the commission may do whatever it wants, I'm just trying to save the commissioners headache from trying to approve each step of the process. Once you approve a project, just, if it's defined in the contract.
Trying to cut back on footsteps.
Yes.
I agree.
So if this one closes on Wednesday, then we need some sort of motion to get it done, or we already had an agreement, it's kind of a done deal, so we still need.
Well, the only thing I can say is probably the motions all should say to authorize and direct the chairman to sign all documents related to this, to the certain, whatever the situation is, which we haven't done. So some of this stuff is piecemeal because we didn't do it that way. We didn't direct him to authorize all documents. So maybe our motions, sometimes when we make them now in future, should be stating that, because I think that's what Bobby is saying.
Yes, sir.
But, and then kind of what Wade is saying, maybe this one, maybe we need to make a motion just to get it cleaned up and get it out of, but from here on, then we need to be cautious how we make our motions.
Ought to be a template.
Also adding the fund.
If there was a template, you would automatically have the fund to be paid from blank. Discuss it, fill it out, move it on.
So, again, it's okay if I go, I mean, as we already entered this agreement, I don't remember the motion exactly, so it's gonna be okay with everybody if I go down and sign the documents come Wednesday, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. Does it need a motion?
I think that one's already taken care of, it's signed, good to go.
Good deal, so we'll wait till next week on the ag one, because it's don't close till week after that one.
Did you get your question answered, Angie, where the
No.
money was coming from?
No.
I didn't think you did.
No.
So this is on the UDO project, this is on the gas station, right? Is that what you're talking about, Angie?
Yeah, yeah.
So we need to figure out, so that's good, money's gonna come out
Capital outlay
of
on it as well.
capital outlay.
So we're doing general fund line item, capital outlay, okay.
Yes.
So are we not doing motions then on these to tell me where to pay? When the auditors come back and see you spent so much money and there's nowhere to say where it paid from, they're gonna ask me if I just decided? I mean, I'm just trying to,
Head off
you know what I
issues.
mean? Yeah, because they review all purchases and then they wanna know, you know, where it's paid from.
I guess you could add that in that motion, couldn't you, not?
Yeah.
I don't know why you couldn't amend.
So do you wanna do-
Amend the motion and.
Amend the motion that clarify where the funds are coming from.
Mhm.
Move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign and approve all documents related to the total purchase for the UDO building, funds to come from the general fund line item, capital outlay,
Sure,
Bingo.
okay?
yes.
I'll move.
Jesse's moved.
I'll
Ken
second.
seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. And then we'll do the ag one next week.
Okay.
What about the 1,500, how do you wanna do that?
There's nothing
On the ag,
on the ag.
Yeah, is that gonna be next week?
Well, you already paid it, and that one, you
Well-
got it, oh, you wanna rescind the other, you get the motion you guys did last week? Or what?
Well, it wasn't last week, it was back in,
Last week.
November 15th is when that motion was made.
can we amend that one?
We could amend the motion dated November 15th, paragraph 21. Can we do that way?
know if I like going back in time and amending things.
Well, how do you fix it then?
I think you just make a new
Make a new motion?
motion today, because you're just talking about the $1,500, right?
Well, but
That we've already spent.
should they go ahead and just do like what you were saying and say, move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign and approve all documents related to the total purchase of the Herder eye doctor building,
I think that needs to occur.
and then with funds to come from, and be done with it?
Yeah, that's what I do.
See, the 1,500 was done last week. The motion was made,
There was no motion, what? A motion last week?
that the 1,500, yeah.
What does it say?
Council moved to approve payment of $1,500 earnest money, Coffee County Land and Title, for property located at 225 Cross Street, seconded by Meats, motion carried.
Funds to come from where?
Didn't say,
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to clean up.
okay.
So, okay,
Well, I mean, you said November or something, and it's like.
that was on the agreement
Original
for the
agreement,
150.
all right, good enough.
So I should be able to amend that, be in a week, should I?
Hang on, let's do this, was that 1,500 part of the 150,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's just part of the original agreement, yes, ma'am.
Figure it's hard to spend money.
It's hard. Paper trails. It's supposed to be a paperless society. I think we're burning more paper.
Okay, so can we just go back and do what we did on the UDO building? Move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign and approve all documents related to the total purchase for the old Herder eye doctor building in the total amount of $150,000 to relocate the extension office, funds to come from the general fund line item capital outlay.
All
Jesse
well
moved.
moved.
Don seconded.
Yep.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Peer pressure, Don, peer pressure.
Hard to beat Jesse.
Okay, that cleans up all that then.
Okay. You good?
Yep.
You're happy, I'm tickled.
I just wanted there to be some sort of mechanism where there's a paper trail that can be tracked and followed.
So we got those two cleaned up.
So I've got two things. One, will be an executive session for attorney-client. That'll be for 15 minutes. And then I need to talk about this other thing, which I can talk about now. So whichever one you want to do.
Thank you, Andy.
And this off for later.
Today?
Is this our pink slip?
Yeah.
We're fired.
This is one we had last week, and we decided to table it until we had all 5 commissioners.
Yeah, and I didn't
Or at
realize
least-
it wasn't
at
in
least
your
4.
packet. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Wade. Go ahead.
Which do you want? The executive session or?
Let's just get it out of the way one at a time, and when it comes my turn, we'll take care of mine. How's that?
Yep. I'll ask for executive session to discuss attorney-client privileged material under Kansas Open Meeting Act, internal matters, myself and the board. I mean, in my head, I'm thinking 10, but probably sometimes that leaks into 15.
Let's do 15 then.
All right.
So,
Tim moved.
second.
Don seconded.
Internal matter to discuss.
Executive session, 15 minutes with the board and county counselor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're doing it 12:24. Or 15.
Don, you seconded?
Yes.
I think I need a new direction, but mark that out.
I'll do that down real quick, right?
Tom's gonna have an executive session too, so.
Yeah.
I'm glad you clarified what you were, I don't think any of them, even me, understood your requirement to specify the direction of funds from what account.
Yeah, 'cause I'm not allowed to just pay from.
I don't think they understood that, and I didn't. I mean, I think that's good. I think that should be part of the protocol every time they make a motion.
And I don't know if I wasn't in here that day, or it might not have been, in fact, no, I wasn't, because would have been, election day that day. We were cleaning up from that was our canvas, and so I was probably up here running stuff, and I wasn't down there to tell them, you need to add this, so.
Yeah, what my argument was is similar, but a separate thing from what your argument was, is that when they approve a contract or an agreement, if it says we're gonna do this, 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 and this, then they are approving those things, right? Like a $1,500 escrow, you know, to be paid from blah, 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 you know. And then the subsequent closing date, you know.
Yeah, 'cause the auditor does look at all of that, and he wants to know where it was paid from, 'cause they go back and review to audit to make sure all of that is followed, and so. Yep.
That's good.
Sometimes.
Yeah, it's good to talk through it,
Yeah.
so then everybody understands now.
Yep.
Hey, Jason, this is Bobby Skipper. Did you try to call me? It may have been Doug. Hey, no problem, man. I'm sorry, buddy. Yeah, I can get in touch with him later. But, thank you, man. Bye-bye. Hey, Kristen. Hey, I just want to let you know everything went good this morning. And now they still got to formally approve it in an open meeting. So if we're ready by next week, they can do that. But they have generally approved your project. So we still need to iron out all the costs and exact amounts, but you're good to go. Yep. Yes, I'm gonna have to figure out how to, it's gonna be tricky, but I can figure out how to do that. Give me a few minutes and, I'm gonna give you a call back after lunch. Okay.
maybe 1:30ish, 2 o'clock, something like that? Okay. Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
Yeah, like me. I didn't come anywhere near it. They do, I don't know. Yeah.
By Ms. Skipper. Who? Oh, hey Doug. Hey Doug. Yeah, man, what's going on, buddy? Yeah. Yeah, everything we good. And, they, you know, when they go into executive session to discuss something, they can't approve anything. But they can wink, wink, nod, nod, hey, we like it, we're gonna roll with it. So, as soon as we get the final numbers done, I'll have, one more meeting, and, that'll be the meeting that we, formally approve and get some money rolling. Yeah, I'm gonna figure out how to get you guys some money. It's tricky getting it done so quick, but I think I can get it knocked out. So I told Kristen, let me check on something, and after lunch I'll get with you. Okay. Oh, okay. Is this your cell phone number? Oh, good, good. Okay, I'll save it. Okay. 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 Yeah. Well, give me just that time, and I'll let you know. All right, buddy. Yes, sir, bye. Thank you.
Feels like finally the air kicked in, I think.
Huh?
Feels like the air finally kicked in
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Now that we're almost done. Oh, maybe.
One more short executive session.
You do?
Well, not me, Tom.
Are you sure?
So, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure.
abatement motion still has to be done. We still have another one, so we still have a bunch.
What motion has been done?
Oh, they tabled that motion on, tax abatements.
Yeah.
And then Angie brought up a delegate motion too, so that's.
Did you look in the vault, Terry? In the vault? Oh.
That discussion I was trying to make, the argument about once the commission approves something, they don't have to come back and do individual motions for every piece of it.
Right.
That would set a horrible precedent, where it would essentially conflict with our purchase policy. So if the chairman of the commission has to come back and get a separate motion from an already approved project, that would open the door for
That's what I see.
needing a motion every expense.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Which, yeah, and that doesn't meet the,
Right.
and like you said, it's spelled out in an agreement that everybody.
Yes.
We lost Bob.
We lost you.
Yep.
He went rogue.
Oh, and John, I had your answer on
Go
the tax
for it.
abatements.
I'm sorry?
I got your answer on the tax abatements for the, you still have that motion too. I didn't know if you want me to wait till everybody.
We wait around table. We still gotta
Make that motion.
make the motion.
Go ahead.
So, I'll need 10 minutes for the same topic. It went a little longer than I anticipated on the last executive session, but it's under the same topic, same subject matter, same people, 10 minutes.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
John seconded. Any, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
We're going to 12:43.
Imagine it's laminated particle board that they stuck up there.
Yeah, we've been eating.
Surprise.
looking for?
Do what? Oh, thanks.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was just like, I was trying to find the commission, is it 110?
Oh, the commission room?
Is it downstairs?
It is, but that's actually mine, so I can go ahead and take that here.
Oh, cool.
That
I'm
works
like,
out?
I've never ever had this over here, cause I always had the sheriff's office, and I thought it was 600, theirs is.
Oh, over this, well, this, yeah, there's a 605,
Right.
even though it's
Yeah.
technically in the same building.
And it's
yeah.
Neosho, and this is going this way, and I'm
Yeah.
like, so 6th Street's Main Street. See, once again, they labeled it wrong.
Yeah, we don't technically have a main street, what they call it, but yeah,
Right.
this way, yeah. Oh, well, thank you.
Oh, cool. Thank you, you read it. I just got lucky, I was just walking around.
Merry Christmas.
I think it's buttered coffee, but I just can't tell who it's from. It says from the shipping manager. Is it one of those things that somebody check it out first? Yeah, the address is 110 South Main Street, so somebody clearly doesn't know where exactly they're sending it. Oh, it's kind of cut off. It's the Goldberg group. Isn't that?
They should let me for 15.
Yeah. 12:43.
They should have been out in the morning. 53. Now, they would have been downstairs. I would have run and hey, you've been watching.
Well.
My cousin lives just south of Bowling Green, she's on her way. On her way up to.
Did you have any damage?
She didn't have any damage. She fortunately wasn't in the area where they had the catastrophic damage, but not far from where she is.
She with us now.
Looks like a couple.
Tim and Don. Need a road map. No, sir. It needs to be you.
next week.
Yep, one more.
Pardon?
Who's it?
I did.
Oh.
It's food.
So this deals with, the opioid settlement and the Kansas Fights Addiction Act. So if you remember last week or the week before, I think it was last week.
Last week.
Yeah, and I wanted to come back when we had a full board. There is a settlement on the opioid front. Kansas is a part of that settlement, and the AG's office sort of spearheaded this litigation, and trying to remember, there was a settlement. That settlement entails about $4.8 million to come to the state of Kansas, but there are some conditions. So the Kansas state law, the Kansas Fights Addiction Act, and I mentioned it last week, through this distribution of funding, that statute governs how monies recovered through the state's opioid litigation is to be distributed and used in Kansas. Statute requires most of the recoveries to be directed to activities that combat substance abuse. There are two funds created under the KFAA and the state treasury: Kansas Fights Addiction Fund and the Municipalities Fight Addiction Fund. The statute requires 75% of monies recovered through the Office of the Attorney General be deposited into the Kansas Fights Addiction Fund, 25% to be deposited to the Municipalities Fights Addiction Fund. And then it just sort of talks about how each of these will be distributed and what they can be used for as it relates to fighting opioid addiction. So, reason why we're talking about it here right now is Coffee County, to be a part of this settlement, needs to make a decision on whether they want to enter in as a settlement receiving entity. And there are two different settlements, one with McKesson Corporation, AmerisourceBergen Corporation, Cardinal Health, and they collectively refer to them as the distributors, and then with the pharmacy company called Johnson & Johnson. To be able to enter into and for the state and municipalities to receive their funding allotment, the more counties and entities that enter into a resolution and sign the documents that bind or allow that entity to be a part of this, the more there will be for the state of Kansas overall. So why I'm here right now is to sort of give you that brief cursory update. What's required at the state and litigation level is that each county who wants to be a part of this sign a resolution proving that county joined the statewide litigation regarding the opioid epidemic, and it generally refers to 2021 House Bill 2079, which is the Kansas Fights Addiction Act, and then that the county joins the Memorandum of Understanding between the Attorney General, League of Kansas Municipalities, and Kansas Association of Counties, which is entitled, and it's a number of pages long, Kansas Opioids Memorandum of Understanding between the Attorney General, League of Kansas Municipalities, Kansas Association of Counties. And in essence, what it talks about is all the definitions and how that money is to be used and allotted once it's received by the state of Kansas and those entities. So I have, instead of printing off 20 pages for each of you to hold, I have one copy if you want to look at it. The resolution, in essence, as I sort of alluded to earlier, allows one person to be designated to sign and I think that's what the motion should say if you choose to enter into this. And the authorized signature I would suggest would be at this juncture Tom as the chairman, and this is all time sensitive. So these documents need to be presented to, returned to the AG's office by January 2nd, or on or before January 2nd to be considered. There's also a required agreement to release and assign claims, which in essence releases, since the county would be a part of this settlement, to release claims against these these entities which are the AG's office is settling with. And it's a document that would be signed by the chairman as well as the attorney general or representative or designee thereof. And then later on, there are specific settlement participation forms that I would request, since the chairman would be authorized to sign all related documents as it relates to this opioid litigation. Settlement participation forms for the Janssen settlement, Johnson & Johnson, and then the other one that I mentioned, the distributor settlement. And each of those has to be signed individually, and there will be more paperwork that would need to be signed. So this doesn't cost anything. All it does is enter Coffee County into the ability to participate and be included in any distribution that may occur to Coffee County. So
I thought we already did that.
there was a different one. This is something that the AG's office spearheaded, and
the original list was when Chris was here, if I remember right. And Chris said that we should get into it.
I think anytime you have litigation, I think everybody here knows the magnitude of the opioid problem that you see statewide, nationwide, but even locally. And opioid addiction is a huge issue, a huge problem. Years ago, I was a part of a number of prosecutions for people that would go and I call them doctor shop across the state, and they go to emergency room, we'll say in Payroll, and they go in Topeka and go to a bunch of different doctors, and they'd all prescribe the same opioid, and then they'd sell them. And they'd sell them to their friends, their neighbors, whoever else it might be. And later on down the road, through sort of an investigation into how that was occurring, they ended up starting a tracking mechanism so that doctors could go in and see who has an active prescription for what. And it was a way to sort of combat this explosion of opioids being put out on the streets. And in my time, there's been a number of young people who have overdosed by just taking, it was either intentional or unintentional, but a number of opioids at one time that it shut down their system and they died. So it is a big problem, and I think it's something that this board should seriously consider being a part of. And I don't know what question.
Do you already have a resolution typed up?
I have a resolution. I have the memorandum of understanding that's attached to it that talks about all the terms that goes with it. And then I also have the agreement to release and assign claims. So if you want to take a look at each one of these, and then maybe at the back end of the meeting, bring it back up. You can wait until next week, but I wanted to bring it to your attention so it can at least be, I mean, the last point in time, in my opinion, that you need to take it under consideration and consider signing it so we can get it to where it needs to go is next Monday. I think after next Monday, we're sort of in a time crunch. Yep, so.
Well, I think if your recommendation is that we do it, we might as well just do it and get it done.
Agreed.
I'm fairly aware of what you're talking about. I mean, we've had this discussion before too, so it's not like it's new to me. I don't know about the rest of you. So if you have one typed up, we can enter in a number. The number will be 880. According to today's paperwork.
880.
880?
880.
Yep.
So what I'm getting ready to hand you is the resolution number 2021-880. That's a resolution, Coffee County, Kansas, to approve to join the statewide litigation regarding the opioid epidemic. Attached to that is the Kansas Opioids Memorandum of Understanding between the Attorney General, the Kansas League of Municipalities, and the Kansas Association of Counties. And then, as a separate document, the agreement to release and assign claims, which is also required to be a part of this. And I just asked there be a motion that each of those be, that the chairman be authorized to sign, and that the chairman be authorized to sign any other required documentation related to the opioid litigation for the purpose of settlement, which would include settlement participation forms.
You got all that?
I was not sure Andy did, actually.
Actually, we could say that again. Wade authorized the chairman to sign any and all other documents related to
The settlement, I guess the Attorney General settlement.
Oh, there it is.
and then I can get the verbiage off of that maybe.
Yep. So I know it's a lot of information all at one time. It's really not, but I think so you understand what's happening, so those who are probably watching on the outside understand what's happening.
Would you be better off if I read this resolution? Or feel better? It's not a problem.
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I think I covered all the highlights that are necessary and needed.
Okay.
And then, just for the board's edification, I'll plan on having Tom as the designee sign these other documents or any other documents related to this issue.
I'll make the motion.
Tim's moved.
Second.
Seconded.
Do you mean Tom or the chairman?
The chairman, but I had to specifically designate a person, so he is designated as the person for the purposes right now because he is the chairman, but if the chairman changes, that won't change anything, he's just that designated person right now.
So do I need to put Chairman Tom Hagan in there?
I just say the chairman.
The chairman, okay.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Just sign both of them?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, I think so.
Well, you did, all this needs to get I'll go print this one off again.
Oh, the other one's on the right-hand side, this one's to the left.
So,
Sorry.
I'll reprint it and
Okay.
sign it again, but you can move on.
So you're done?
I'll get
Outside
that
of this?
picture.
Okay. Angie, you have anything?
Yeah, I handed out to you guys the Lake Region Solid Waste Management Plan.
Yep.
It was sent to me from, up here. Where'd it go? Hang on a minute. There it is. The annual review of the solid waste management plan. And it's from Shay Hanningsack, from the Lake Region Solid Waste Authority. So I don't know if you guys want to review this before next week. And, I'll get with Wayne and Todd and see if there's any changes or anything. And then if not, there will be a resolution to adopt the Lake Region Solid Waste Plan next week.
Okay.
So if you guys want to, just like I said, review that, and I think it's a pretty standard, management plan that we do every so often. I don't know if it's annual, I don't recall it being annual, but anyway, I thought I'd get that to you since Wayne wasn't here today. And then, I also handed out, I'm gonna hand this out to you. This is a resolution I received. They were asking us to send it on to all of our county commissioners regarding a resolution, now listen to the words, in support of vaccine awareness and medical autonomy, meaning each person would have their own choice to choose. So I want you guys to have a copy of that in case there's something that you're interested in doing, that it just basically mainly says that, they shall not question any citizen's claim to exemption from wearing a face mask or any other similar mandated preventative activity, and then on and on about leaving it up to this person's choice, so. And,
I have a question. Doesn't all commissioners sign resolutions?
typically,
I was gonna say, the one Wade just had, he's gonna have Tom sign it, but if it's a resolution, don't all of us sign it, a resolution?
that's what it's been in the past, but I don't know.
Always thought that a resolution required all signatures.
Yeah, it's always been that way, but I don't know on this particular.
What's that other resolution you have? What's it, just,
The one I had from
does it
the,
have?
I just got it here.
But I thought resolutions were important. I thought all commissioners signed resolutions.
Yeah, this one does.
Yeah, that's what I thought, not just the chairman on a resolution. Now, the chairman signs a lot of everything else, but a resolution takes all the signatures.
So on this one, this is, a sort of a copy of what I was sent from the Kansas Association of Counties and the AG's office. But, I mean, I can add everybody's signature, that's.
Well, I did, it doesn't matter to me, but ever since I've been here, for the resolution, everybody has always signed a resolution.
And I can easily add that, and you guys have signed off on it, or have agreed to it, so that's easy for me to
The
do.
resolution is something that you declare as a county.
So let me,
They keep everything consistent with what we've been doing, so.
yep, not a problem. All I gotta do is add it.
Robert L.
And then the last thing I have is, I gave you guys a copy of the motion, and we presented it last week, not knowing Sue would be out, but, so you need to appoint someone as a voting delegate, a first alternate, and as a second alternate. There's a KAC special election Wednesday, January 5th, and it's virtual only, virtual vote. So if any of you are gonna be attending that, they wanna know who's gonna be the delegate first alternate and second alternate. And if you're not participating, then I guess you don't have to do anything, but
January 5th on Wednesday,
2 to 3.
2 to 3. I'm hoping to be on my way to South Dakota ice fishing.
Yeah, I did it last year, but I think
You
we
can do
voted.
it, you can be the first, you can be the,
Oh, here.
voting delegate then.
The first
You
one.
know what you're doing.
I nominate Tom, or
Damn
Tim.
it, I'll second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Gonna chase that down before it gets out of here.
So we're not doing second alternate, we're just gonna do
Well,
him
I
and be
think we were
done?
just funning around right quick here.
Oh, okay.
That's what we were doing.
Okay.
I wasn't.
See, I did it last year, it took, about 5 minutes.
Like I said,
And you don't have to do all that extra, that's just their recommended verbiage, but if you just wanna appoint Tim, you're in.
I'll do it from the house. I won't even come down
That
here.
will be fine.
won't affect your work.
We'll let you work from home that day.
Okay, you moved, Jesse?
Yep.
Who seconded?
I did.
Maya.
All in favor, say aye.
I can do it.
And we'll just take out the rest of that for the Tuesday.
Do we want an alternate? Everybody good? I think we're good.
I'm good.
He's on time, he's good.
All right.
Gonna do it, he's gonna work from home today.
We're gonna pay for this, aren't we? Tim?
Yes, you are.
Figured.
So on this.
That
what
is
you-
just FYI, it was the commissioners from Grand Traverse County in Michigan, and they sent it out to all county clerks across the US, and, wanted to make sure everybody saw what they did, and if you guys were interested in doing something similar.
Well, I think we already did the resolution
Yes, we did.
of the shot,
Yeah, you did that.
As well as-
anti-force.
Right,
As well as the mask.
yeah,
well as the mask.
so, anyway, I just thought I'd pass it on, it's just FYI, you can file 13 if you want,
I
or
mean,
whatever.
I kinda wish maybe we would've done something with something else included with that as far as the religious and, what was the other one, religious and.
The state did that for us.
Oh, yeah, the state.
Yeah.
the
State took care of that
yeah,
for
the
us.
state took care of that, so. Well, I'm glad people are jumping on the bandwagon. It's about time.
Mhm.
Anything else?
That's all I have.
Timothy?
Nothing today.
Jesse?
No, back, I'd like to congratulate Jess Pope on, representing Coffee County. Heck of a job at the National Finals Rodeo, he come in, average winner,
Average winner.
so saddle brawl. Yeah,
Yes.
saddle brawl.
Saddle.
No.
No,
Bareback.
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 Yeah, so,
I've seen the last 3 events, he did a tremendous job.
there's a lot of politics in, national finals, so he did very well, very proud.
Good deal. Is he from the Lebo area?
Waverly.
Okay.
I gave Tim a chance.
Second year in a row.
Second year in a row.
Second year in a
yes.
row.
Yes.
He had some pretty tough rides.
So there'll be a good article in the paper about that, Tim.
I understand it's already written.
I think.
Don?
We still gotta get an answer on the tax abatements.
I talked to Mark in the appraiser's office, and he said that does get carried over to the new owner. So there's no
I
money
kinda
lost.
figured it might, but I guess I've never asked the question. And this one being the size it is, I was hoping it would carry over to the new owner.
Right, yeah, so there's no lost money there.
Okay, so we still gotta take action
Go
on it.
ahead. I'm not.
Yeah, just move to authorize the director chairman to sign the 5 tax abatements in a total amount of $4,031.66.
I'll make the motion.
Tim's moved,
I'll second.
Don seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5. Anything else?
No.
Okay. I'll sign those when I come back up, and I'll hand them. I'm gonna switch to you.
Just a couple little things. Wayne wanted me to remind everybody about the retirement party tomorrow from 1 to 3 at the county shop for Danny Fry. And on the HVAC upgrades, for the air purification, Modern Air is almost complete with that. They're waiting on one part that they said they needed a different size on, but that part is available in Kansas City, so as soon as that part comes in, that should be complete next week. But otherwise, everything's up and running as it should.
This is on the COVID, filtration, purification type
Yeah,
deal?
all those COVID upgrades are almost complete, so everything is back up and running. I'm not sure what part they're waiting on, but it's one part, and then everything is complete.
Was there gonna be some lighting put in, or?
In the ductwork.
It's actually in the ductwork?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
For us.
That would be a different one if you wanted them like in the rooms.
Right,
That would be a different thing.
okay, okay. That's been taking a long time to do.
Yeah, I'm
That's a
glad to see
milestone.
it. Virus-friendly courthouse, what we're trying to achieve, so.
Otherwise, my other one was, abatements, and that's it for me.
Okay.
We still, I got marked down, we got a meeting in Kelly Hall tonight.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
Bobby.
I'm sorry,
Yes, sir, 6 o'clock.
I've got basketball games to go
For
to.
what?
Is this something the commissioner need to be required to be at?
Not yet. I will ask the commissioners to really attend in the future. I have a series of these meetings.
Okay.
Tonight's just to get it started, kicked off.
And who's joining you tonight?
Sir,
Who's with you tonight then?
most of the realtors and bankers.
Okay.
I'd love to be, but I need to go to the ball games too.
Yes, sir.
What's this for, Bobby?
Oh, I'm sorry, you weren't here. It's a rural housing incentive district. It's something other communities have done around us, but it allows the county to partner with the city to create, to allow people to perform improvements on downtown buildings, and add it, the cost of those improvements back to the tax roll through an assessment.
I'm gonna skip out on you tonight, so.
Yes, sir.
And what time is it?
6 o'clock.
Six, let's set up.
Alright. Well, I need, 15-minute executive session discuss, purchase of real estate with Bobby and the board.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Just seconded. I said 15 minutes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We'll go in at 12:31.
Went at 1:31.
1:31. Why did I say 12? I'm dyslexic today, so.
You said 15 minutes?
Yes, you come back and our day gets long.
Everybody's saving the best for last, right?
That was even.
Oh.
We'll send it on to whoever.
It'll take a little bit.
Looking for the
Need
timer?
that folder.
Oh.
Sorry. Thank you.
Is that to include Wade also, or just the commissioners and Bobby?
I just heard commissioners and Bobby.
That answers your question, I mean, Wade's not in it.
Yeah, right. Wade in that or not?
15 minutes to discuss, purchase real estate.
Gotcha. So here this is, it's got everybody's name on it. And this just needs to, I don't know where all the other stuff is, so.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen anything, so I don't know.
And if we can,
Can
I'd
I
like,
copy that down?
yep, I'd like to get them to sign it in blue.
Okay.
And then the only thing that's missing is the, that memorandum of understanding.
Yeah, I don't know if that's still over there or.
Oh, here's what's, so. Okay. This. So all of this can be together. And then just have them. So on the original one, he signed here.
Mm-hmm. What you need to sign here.
Yep, so.
You want me to flip it? I'm gonna sign here.
Well, there's just two places.
Oh,
So
okay.
we'll just.
Okay.
Just do it that way. That looks like Michigan.
It is.
And then got the county there.
Yeah. I just shared, the commissioners asked us to pass that on, so I sent it on. Back to you.
I believe that's, northern part of it.
Mhm.
That's near, Traverse City. Traverse City.
Okay, I have to get it.
We have to be getting close to done.
Do you want me to send this over to you now?
Yeah,
Wait,
just wait.
that's okay.
You can wait till we're.
Okay, so I'm gonna change this real quick. Here, it's done.
right there.
getting my lungs exercised.
He was 4.
Conservation easement.
We are back. Does anybody have anything else they wanna share?
I do have one thing.
Okay.
It was behind my other paperwork. We had a department that, a rock flew and hit a vehicle, and I thought, and I need clarification, but I thought that you guys had said at one point we weren't gonna pay those anymore. And so in this particular instance, I don't know if we're gonna have to go ahead and pay or not, because that department told them to contact our insurance company. And I thought we weren't paying for chips and windshields, like if a rock threw from a truck.
That's road hazard, the insurance company shouldn't pay for it.
Is that,
Contact our insurance, and insurance will tell them what we're gonna do and what we're not.
Insurance.
well, they're the ones that questioned me. They said they don't recall a policy or something that you guys said on that, but,
So one of our county vehicles threw a rock
Yeah.
from the roadway and hit another person's windshield.
yes.
It's hearsay.
That'd
be hearsay anyways. Road hazard, hearsay.
road hazard. Insurance company should not cover it, neither should the county.
Well,
That's all I
I
have.
lost 2 windshields out of the same truck in the last month.
Yeah.
To the same
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
I paid for them.
I got a couple things for you to sign. You still have that stuff on me to sign.
Who's that?
From Goldberg, it's like from the TV.
I'll find out.
That's all I get, for as much money as we spent on it. Cheap bastard.
People wondering if they can't tell what makes them payroll.
Yeah, that's exactly what it boils down to.
What happens?
And even you.
That's, at the shop.
We used to have a whole tape.
Oh, yes, we get tired of eating them.
Anymore.
Pounds, nobody's putting
Nothing.
it out anymore.
So yeah, it's a deal from Goldberg and Associates. It says refrigerate upon opening immediate.
Well, let's see what it is, we might wanna eat it.
Well, Bob, it's gonna ruin your appetite for something.
Well, my appetite's done ruined.
He needs a Snickers. Probably a fruitcake, well, that will give that the bomb.
I said, let's see what it is, I didn't say what.
Butter toffee.
Bob could have my percent.
Yeah, hard candies.
Butter toffee something. There you go, Bob. It looks awesome to me.
Have no idea.
Oh, yeah.
You guys eat yours first.
Kind of hard in our teeth to snack it, but it's pretty good.
Anybody goes into convulsions? I'm about to quit.
Chocolate coffee. I don't know why that has to be refrigerated.
I don't know either.
Because of
Just what the
coffee.
box said.
Bob said
Mm-hmm.
for best quality. It just says refrigerated once for best quality.
That hurts you right there.
Anybody have anything else?
I don't have anything else.
We have
Just
that
those
resolution from May
resolutions
to
to
sign.
sign.
Oh, here it is. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's for the credit card.
Oh.
Wade wants you guys to sign in blue, so I have a blue pen.
Uh-oh.
You know, this is the first time, this is the first time in all the signings I've done, that they ask for a blue.
We got a blue one.
Everybody always wants a black document.
There's a blue.
He'll pass, Tom can pass the pen around, guys, so you make sure you got it.
Mine is blue.
There's a blue pen, here's a red pen too.
I like red.
And you can take that down.
That'd be good with a cup of coffee.
That's blue, okay?
That's really good.
Yeah,
That's blue. Isn't it?
Blue in my hands.
Here's blue.
Give me an email, Bob.
We won't even go there.
Make sure it's blue. Just use this here, blue.
Alright.
The master pen.
And then you got that payroll.
Okay, there's your pen bag.
Be like your president, you can give that pen away after you sign something.
You bet, I touched
You only
it.
sign one letter.
Yeah, one letter.
Then throw the pen to somebody. And he forgets how to sign his
You're,
name.
wait, mine?
He forgets the next number, the next letter in his name.
You can't blame me for that one. Angie can look up my records.
Look up your record? Or what?
You guys done monkey around over there?
I just had to jab Tim, I missed him for 2 weeks, so.
Yeah, making up for it.
So it's good that you got your health back, that's most important.
Yeah.
I'm still alive.
Exactly.
Anybody have anything else? If not, we will adjourn at 1:54.
Was that clock on time now?
Oh,
Oh, it just turned 55.